اخر ده صغير يعني. لا في البيضة اللي هون
شكله بزيادة مش
البيضة راحت.
ما راح.
بلا
في ما راح. فات مش عندي بس خفيف. نعم.
الو الو طيب غيرت لأنه كان مسكر على الآخر. غيرت الأندي فلتر. يس بس مش المفروض يكون مش. طيب حفظت شوي بعد. نزلت الداون لتبيت بسكر شوي السنة.
هون على
بعد سكر أكثر من بلا شو قلت لي لأنه it's right here. No شو منيح هيك سكر. This is one stop. سكر شوي حتى ما تطلع كثير جامب. بعد انزل انا عندي على سكرين سبيد اوكي. حنزلها بعد شوي الفيو تتعدل. Now it should be decent. This is good. Yeah, okay. لأنه البحر والسماء والشمس ورا. Alright. تكرمي. وأول ضربة
بس كتير معقد صح بس بتحطوا كتير عاليين بتشوفهم من هون اذا هون البنايات 10 و12 طابق كيف هن فوق هسه بينزلوا فوق فوق عشان تطير ريكاردو برج المطار هو على شمال مضوى
اللي هون؟
مش الشمس لا ما عكس الشمس هناك
بعيد يعني قصدك؟ ولا حد على المدرج؟
المدرج هيك لمبات واحدة بس اللي
وحدة قبلها
في اثنين حول لمبات كثير مضوى قوي صح؟ لا ما مش
جي بعتني تعال شوف عندي انت لانه حطيتها اوتو بايك انت حطيتها اوتو بايك
يعني في echt eine Surah bloß nur
شو هذا اللي حدا من الغارة؟
غير غير ايه شو هالحكي؟
هذا مستشفى رفيق الحريري اللي مبين؟
لا ما بعرف
هي اللي طلعت اخونا هلا الجندولين.
لا الجندول لا
الاولانيه اللي طفت هي
الزهراء
صح.
ايه مصطفى شوف وصلوا تنزل على الهواء شو بعمل يعني بدي شيء ثلاثة خلص دايرة معنا مصطفى مصلحتك بالجو هون بلش شكل يعني كم من دقيقة؟ جاهز هي مفروض يلا يلا هذا ما عصب لا لوز على النار الحريقة هونيك هونيك شحي شحي
شفت على التخليل؟
لا مصطفى طالع بسيارتك
شو بعمل؟
نروحكم ستاند باي ماشي العطر علي انا هلا ما حيقدر انزل انا بدنا بصحى الثاني ايه موتور كبسي ولا هو الكاميرا ما هذه الفيلم كاميرا طيب
عبا فراني غطيها بحرق عن جد الكاميرا ولا ايه؟
شو بدي اعمل يلا باي معك باور سبلاي للكاميرا؟ لا جد؟ ليه؟
لانه ما حدا قال لي بدي اطلع ضلني فاتح لايف هون على اساس انا طالع عن حدا اصلا قالوا لي باخر لحظه اكلا ونوما تبي كنتوني ادينا شو بطاريه زياده اديني باور سبلاي قلت لك عادي كهرباء هلا مرة على دكتور
بين بيروت يعني الآن
تفصل انا
ما فيك تفصل خلص.
اترك لي
ما حاترك لك ليه؟ خليك على البطارية وعلى البطارية زيادة لسبب واحد.
ما
إذا
عندنا
رحت الكهرباء فصلت.
ما عندنا
فين الغارة؟ فين؟
هذا
هذا الدخان اليومي
لا خليك بعد الهواء الواحد عمل زي طف كلهم جمران لا لا
خلاص
لا هي هدير الطيارات.
لا يا عمي جاوب
كنت عايش
بس انا سمعت اليوم بعد الشكوى فتحوا له مراكز الوقت سحبوهم مش عارف
شو مشكلة؟ هيك ها؟ قلت لهم بدك سكاب ما جوا.
لا لا تفتحش بالباب عندي
القطع. ايه.
انا I love that.
احنا مش بالبلد يا شيخ. لا
نعرف الرد الايراني
لازم كوفي مغاربه
لازم جبران تحط الخضر
بشرفك هلا الواحد يحكي له الرد قبل كيف كان
ما في هذا في غضب مثل هذا
تذكر لا
الباص يا
للدرع وشغال هيدي ما بتزعجك؟ انا شفتها انا شفتها
برجع كاميرتك شوي انت زوم ليش هيك فهمت شو قصدي؟ رجع حطها هون لا انت زوم ترجع هاي كمان شوي تحمي حالك بتهدي التربيه بخلي زيك يجيب لك حل تهدي التربيه هون وفوت ينام جوا هوا عواصف خبريك كيف بين
هلا تعرف
لا ما في حدا مهدي هون ما في سكر دايما انا بدك انت هون مين حدا مهدي ما حدا الفيديو عشان هيك تحملني بعد دقيقتين
صار لي بحملك 10 سنين ولكن عندي 10 سنين وشهرين
هلا فهمت اللي بتقول على وقت قلت لك
جناح الظهر
خايف ما لقيتش حرب خلاص هو عم يحكي.
نشوف عليه.
سامع صوته.
اسمع صوته.
انت شو بدك
الصوت والدخان اسمعني. تناقشت انا ومازن. اسمع بس كمل.
صلحته كيف ما ظبطته.
طلعت من القادر باشا. خليني اعطيك كلير. ايوه حبيبي تمام يا عزيزي. صحيح صحيح قلنا بس كلنا بدنا نحطه على نحن كنا عم نحط على لا نحن المفروض كل الوقت خليك معي لشكلك حلو. أنا جيت استلمت عن جبران قال لي شربنا هوا. أنا بعد ما بعرف أحكي أنا معايا. وقف عندي ممكن توقف قدام الكاميرا كتير. لأن أنا لحتى أعرف أي ديستنيشن محتاج يلا أصحابي. أيوه هيدا عندك شيء؟
كلمة صح يا شباب. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
ممكن بعد بلي معنا الشمسي
لا ده ينزل هاي ما بده اياه مرة هو عم بيقول لي اذا بدي يطلع من فوق قلت له خلص بده خلص بده ينزل يرتاح تحت ينزل هاي بتعمل شو عنده صار شو ده؟ أنا هيسا عبارة خلينا نشوف
سبيل السامي ليكموني فعلا في نهار تشهد حركه المطار يعني حركه المطار هي اكثر حركه مقارنه بساعات الليل، وذلك ربما يعود بالدواعي الامنيه ورحلات الاشلاء التي تكون بها بعض الدول عبر طيرانها هي فقط خلال ساعات النهار. اما في الليل يعني الليله الماضيه كنت متواجدا ايضا خلال ساعات النهار. ايضا يعني كما اشرت يسبق العديد من المواطنين لا يجدون السفر خارج لبنان بسبب ان الرحلات الوحيده المتوفره هي عبر المدارس، ولكن اضف ايضا الى انه حتى لو الاحتلال الى بعض الرحلات هي باهظه جدا، وقد سمعت ذلك من عده اصدقاء قالوا كانوا يريدون الخروج من لبنان، ولكن بسبب الاسعار المرتفعه وايضا ضيق يعني توفر الرحلات عبر المدارس الى الخارج لم يستطيعوا ذلك، فبالتالي يعني هذه تطرح ايضا صعاب على المواطنين في الخروج من لبنان عبر مطار الشهيد بيروت.
منيحة معاي بكرة بنسحب عنها إذا شفت فيني أبدا دور
So you can see some of the images being captured there of the air defenses swinging into action. And it does seem like that attack that was being warned that Iran would launch a ballistic missile attack into Israel has now taken place. The Israeli military is believed to have confirmed this. Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari spoke earlier and urged citizens to take shelter. US officials also warned of severe consequences if the attacks do take place, but we can see now that they have. Let's bring in Deborah Haynes, who joins us live from northern Israel. And Deborah, that missile strike from Iran that the United States was warning, we can see it raining into Tel Aviv, and the defenses swinging into action.
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, I can. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we can see what looks potentially, obviously it's streaking across the sky, but it's from the direction of Iran, and so there is some projectiles going across the sky. We can see intercepts happening above us. We can see there's a lot of balls of fire that we can see in the sky. I don't know if you can see that on the camera. There's flashing, you can see the intercept. We saw a number of these projectiles streaking across the sky, just literally over above us. I don't know how far away they are. And then we can see now intercepts that are taking place. No sirens yet.
No sirens where you are, Deborah, perhaps, but we can see and hear the sirens in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Let's just listen into what's happening in Jerusalem right now. Scenes here. You can hear those loud bangs over Jerusalem. The Israeli military has confirmed that Iran has launched missiles towards Israel. That's after the US warning earlier that a missile strike from Iran could be imminent. And there are reports now and we can see these extraordinary images over Jerusalem. Let's bring in our Alistair Bunkle, who is in Tel Aviv for us. And Ali, we're looking at Jerusalem right now, but we could see the same scenes in Tel Aviv. I wonder if our camera can switch to Tel Aviv to show us what you're seeing right now and hearing.
Yeah, sirens have just started going again, Yalda, for I think the third time in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Huge amounts of activity in the air above us. It's very hard to work out what is an incoming missile and what is an interceptor unless they collide and intercept midair. So there's a lot of bangs as well. But we are talking probably in excess 50, 60, 70, I'm watching now, a bright flash of light rushing to the ground right in front of us towards central Tel Aviv. We're on the side of a road. When the sirens started going, we, like so many people here, pulled over to the side of the road. Traffic in some areas is now at a log jam. Some people are still moving and presumably thinking it's safer to be on the move. But there is an awful lot of incoming into Tel Aviv, and the sirens, don't forget, sirens sometimes, there's more doing there, the sirens sound because of the potential for debris falling from the interceptions. This is, I was in Jerusalem when Iran attacked back in April, and this appears to be a far larger attack than them, possibly for two reasons. One, because it is just ballistic missiles. They haven't fired drones like they did last time, and drones are much slower. So they gave the Israelis and their allies a lot more warning that something was on its way. This time it's ballistic missiles which have such quick speed that they can get here in 10 to 12 minutes. And secondly, I wonder, and we'll find this out in the coming hours, to what extent that coalition, which included the Americans and the British last time, has been able to rally together at short notice and intercept some of the incoming from Iran.
Yes, Ali, as you say, it's still unclear given, I was in Israel there with you at the time in April when we saw those 300 ballistic and cruise missiles, drones launched towards Israel. At this stage, the warning that the United States had given was that it would be ballistic missiles. It's difficult to say at this stage, but from what we understand and what we can see, it looks like dozens, if not hundreds, of ballistic missiles being launched over the skies of Israel tonight. Just tell us, you're in a shelter at the moment, and the IDF obviously has warned everyone to, get into the bunkers, and they issued this warning earlier today. So no doubt everyone across the country is now deep under the bunkers, in the bunkers.
Well, no, I mean, we're not in the shelters. We're out in the open by the side of the road. There's a lot of people, because obviously as soon as these sirens went off, people who were driving home or wherever they were going to have a decision to make. They either carry on with their journey or they get to the side of the road and take some cover, whether that's under a bridge or in the lay-by somewhere. But I know that a lot of the diplomatic communities in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had issued instructions to their diplomats and families to shelter in place about an hour ago. And so there was some forewarning of this, but it doesn't feel like there was as much warning as there was back in April. Not least because actually I think back in April, a lot of the regional countries had a few days' notice that Iran was going to attack. This has only really become public in the last couple of hours. And so it's been a very fast-moving situation. And it is impossible to tell what has been fired. As I was saying beforehand, it's very hard to tell what's in the skies above you, whether or not it is Israel's missile defenses or whether it is some incoming missiles from Iran. And then again, you can't tell whether they're ballistic missiles or something else. But that is what Iran, we understand, was threatening to do, is to fire ballistic missiles at Israel. And I have to say, it looks like that is exactly what they have done.
Yeah, Ali, as you say, still a lot of uncertainty, but Israeli media is reporting that Iran has fired over 100 missiles into Israel. We're also hearing reports of and seeing the sirens that's sounding off non-stop in Jerusalem, in Tel Aviv as well, and across Israel, as the Iranian army, we believe, or as Iran has launched its attack, and that has begun. The United States had issued a warning and informed Israel that this would happen imminently as soon as this evening. And just in the last 10 or 15 minutes, we saw those extraordinary images, sirens sounding off in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and across the country. We're hearing reports that people were rushing into their bunkers. We're trying to get our correspondent Alistair Bunkle up. We spoke earlier to Deborah Haynes as well, who was saying that she couldn't hear sirens where she was in northern Israel. But a lot of concern this evening. The United States said that there would be consequences if Iran launched this kind of attack. But you can see over the night sky over Israel, Israeli media reporting now that Iran has fired over 100 missiles into Israel. This is following a warning from the United States to Israel that this would take place. It's unclear. We're also hearing reports from Israeli media that explosions are being heard in the Tel Aviv area, and it's unclear whether those reports are of direct hits on buildings in northern Tel Aviv or what they exactly are. But a lot of uncertainty at the moment as we see those missiles that were launched from Iran to Israel. Let's just have another listen in to those loud sounds that we heard earlier. Tel Aviv, the sound of loud explosions heard in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, and sirens blaring following Iran's attack on Israel. and the Israeli media is reporting that Iran has fired over 100 missiles into Israel. Let's go back to our Deborah Haynes, who is in northern Israel for us. And Deborah, just tell us what's happening on the border where you are.
Well, you can probably see right now on our camera an Iron Dome rocket going up to intercept. Just about 10 minutes ago, we actually saw these Iranian, well, presumably Iranian missiles flying right over our heads, obviously way up in the sky, and then we saw the intercepts happening above us. Yes, there were no sirens here, but there were the missiles being fired and being intercepted. There's another intercept happening right now, right above me. It was really eerie to see, to be honest. I haven't seen anything like that before, and it's sort of stopped for a couple of minutes. But now we're seeing more. We're seeing more rockets up into the air. I don't know if you can see that, and you can see the munitions going in the opposite direction. So, and there you can see the flashes of the intercepts as this attack is still going on, clearly.
Yeah,
so this is
Deborah,
the scene.
as you say,
Yeah,
I mean,
we're obviously
sorry,
close.
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is the scene close to the border. So we're in northern Israel, and this is close to the border with Lebanon, and you can see the intercepts that are taking place right now as the missiles are moving forwards.
Deborah, we've got a couple of updates for our audiences. We understand, according to Iranian state TV, that a statement from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard will be published soon. So Reuters is reporting that Iranian state TV say that the Revolutionary Guard will be issuing a statement very soon as we watch these missiles being launched from Iran. We understand, according to Israeli media, that over 100 missiles have been launched into Israel. Deborah, are you currently in a bunker, or are you out in the open? And what exactly are you seeing? We're just looking at images of your camera.
Yeah, we're out in the open. We have got a place to go to if we need to. But yeah, I mean, you're just seeing this barrage of missiles of projectiles flying over our heads. And then you can see Israel's air defences coming up to try to intercept. I mean, it's an extraordinary sight. It's been going on for you can see the flash there now. Clearly, some are moving through, and I don't know if you can see the intensity of it. I mean, obviously, it's hard to know exactly what we're seeing and what is actually missiles and what are intercepts, and then the aftermath of the intercept. But there's clearly a huge amount of activity.
That's right, Deborah, and we've just received a statement from the Israel Defense Forces. They said a short while ago missiles were launched from Iran towards the state of Israel, and they've issued a warning to all of their citizens, all of the residents of Israel. They've said you are instructed to remain alert and precisely follow the Home Front Command's instructions. In the last few minutes, the Home Front Command has distributed life-saving instructions in various areas across the country. The public is asked to adhere to the Home Front Command's guidelines, and upon hearing a siren, you must enter a protected space and remain there until further notice. The IDF is doing and will do everything necessary to protect the civilians of Israel. Let's go straight back to our Alistair Bunkle, who joins us from Tel Aviv. Ali, I mean, we're looking at extraordinary scenes here, and the sirens don't seem to be stopping right across Israel.
No, they don't. I mean, there are more. If we keep swinging the camera around, we'll be forever swinging it around. But believe me, there are still a lot of flashing lights up in the sky. I was trying to describe it. It looks like comets whenever you see it. It's sort of, often they have a tail with a fiery tail behind them as they head towards the incoming missiles. I'm not sure whether this is Iron Dome, if it's ballistic missiles. To get technical, the Israelis use something called the Arrow 3 system, which targets ballistic missiles specifically. There's still more. I can count 6 or 7 interceptors in the sky at the moment, or what I think are interceptors. As Deborah was saying, it's hard to It's hard to know whether or not it's an Israeli missile interceptor or whether it's an Iranian incoming missile. I've lived in this country for a number of years, and I've seen the Israeli military missile defense system at work a lot. I can't think of an attack of this size since the days of October the 7th and afterwards. It appears to be a very, very large and sustained attack on Israel. The only reason I caveat what I'm saying is it is just very, very hard to tell. If you've got one, there's a very big blast that's over there. We'll probably hear the boom in a second. If you've got an incoming missile, you might get a number of interceptors fired at it. So it's hard to tell exactly what Iran has fired at Israel, what it was targeting. There are a lot of military bases around here, although I have to say, we are the center of Tel Aviv. We are just on the edge of the center of Tel Aviv, on the main road into it. And it looks as though a lot of the missiles were over heavily populated civilian areas. That's how it looks, at least. But you have the headquarters of the Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency, is kind of over in that direction on the edge of Tel Aviv. You've got a number of military bases around here as well. And so it could be that the Iranians were firing the military bases. And again, it's very deceptive, particularly at night time, to understand the direction and the trajectory of some of these missiles. I think I'm hearing more sirens going off now. And I said it's a sustained attack because it hasn't stopped. It's kept on coming. There have been a number of waves coming in. The traffic, you can see the traffic starting to move, but a lot of people who are on the roads have just stopped by the sides of the road, as they do, and get out their cars and sort of jump onto the hard shoulder or jump into the bush areas, to be quite frank, on the side of the road, or if there's a bridge you can park under, people get under the bridge. But they've had very little advance warning of this. It only really became public knowledge a couple of hours ago. And so it'll be interesting to see to what extent Israel has been able to prepare for this major incoming attack. And, I cannot see a situation whereby Israel will not respond to this and hit Iran back.
Indeed. I mean, Ali, this is an incredibly dangerous moment. The Israeli military has said that approximately 10 million civilians are the targets of these Iranian projectiles. It's, as you say, also difficult to know if any missiles have managed to get through. When you and I were there in April when this happened, and 300 ballistic and cruise missiles, drones were launched at Israel, the United States, the UK, other partners in the region stepped in and supported and helped Israel to defend themselves against this. The US president has said that the United States will stand by Israel today as well. But at this point, when we are seeing these missiles being rained over the skies of Israel, it's difficult to know which ones are being intercepted and if anything is getting through at this stage.
It is, and when you are, if you imagine where we are, we've got some sort of big trees and hedging to one side of us, the railway tracks are to the other side of us stopped, it's flanked either side by two main roads. When you hear bangs, you don't necessarily know whether that's a missile that's been intercepted or whether or not it is an impact on the ground. So again, that will be something that will come out within minutes. We will start to get reports from Magen David Adom, the emergency services here, if there have been impacts and if there have been injuries or even fatalities. I'm sure those reports will come through shortly, but it is very hard to sort of get your bearings when you're under a missile attack like this, particularly at night time, and to sort of understand what is happening where. It can be very deceptive at night time. The other thing I should note is happening in Israel tonight. The reason we'd sort of rushed to Tel Aviv is there's been a major terror attack in Jaffa, just by Tel Aviv. They think around 10 people have been wounded in a multiple shooting attack. So today is being a very, very busy day on a security level for Israel. I'm watching an ambulance just racing off behind us. I haven't seen any more movement in the sky for a couple of minutes. So here's the ambulance coming past us. So if you can, I'll just keep quiet whilst it comes past, just so you can hear me. I haven't seen any more interceptors go into the skies over the last couple of minutes. So maybe that's the end of it. we'll have to wait and see. But the Israeli military advised people earlier, about an hour or two ago, to stay close to their shelters. They advised people to stay in their shelters for at least 10 minutes after the sirens have finished. And actually, for the first time I've known, and there's another ambulance coming here, first time I've known, alerts, sirens went to all cell phones as well across the country. So it's a police car, an ambulance. There's another police car coming here, 2 police cars coming here. First time I've known these sirens activated on phones. And it shows the sophistication of the Israeli alert system, both its missile defenses, but also its ability to alert people to an incoming threat. Even TV channels can be interrupted by incoming alert sirens as well. So, as I say, we'll have to wait and see. You know, as things calm down, which I think maybe they are starting to do now, we'll have to wait and see what the consequence of this major attack is. And I'm seeing more and more sirens going past me, which, you know, perhaps gives an indication that some of these missiles have landed.
Yeah, Ali, the IDF has just issued another statement saying Iran's attack is continuing. They're expecting another wave. And you are requested, they're telling their citizens, to remain in a protected space until further notice. The explosions you're hearing are from interceptions or fallen projectiles. And I've never seen anything like that. I don't know, I mean, Ali, you've lived in the region now a long time, and in Israel. I mean, you know, the idea that a statement is being issued to say that what you're hearing, yes, there are interceptions, which Israel has continued to do, but also the idea of these fallen projectiles. Again, no clarity as to where and what's been hit. The Revolutionary Guard, the Iranians, before they launched this attack, it was believed that they would be targeting military and government headquarters, but it is unclear this evening as we see these interceptions and these missiles being launched and intercepted over the skies of Israel, exactly whether anything has gotten through. But I can hear the sound of the ambulances just behind you.
Yeah, I mean, if the ambulances and emergency service vehicles going past us are any sign, then I suspect that some of these missiles have landed. There's yet another one coming down the road here. And as I said before, you know, central Tel Aviv, I mean, we're basically right on the edge of central Tel Aviv. As soon as you sort of get around the corner there, you're into one of the main thoroughfares through Tel Aviv. And so a lot of the missiles or a lot of the activity seem to be heading in that direction. So I would anticipate that some of these have landed. I texted a contact from the Israeli military and I said, what are the targets? And he just replied and said many, which would fit with the number of missiles that we've seen in the skies. I can't remember an attack on this kind of scale. I can't remember Israel being under attack in this way, really, since October the 7th and the days after that, when Hamas still had the ability to do so. It certainly hasn't sustained anything, not in urban areas like this. It hasn't sustained anything on this scale coming out of Lebanon at this stage, unless what Deborah was seeing was perhaps some sort of coordinated attack between Iran and Hezbollah. Again, these are all questions that we don't know the answers to, but this has felt like a big attack because of the volume of incoming missiles, but the fact it's been in numerous waves as well. It hasn't just been a one-off attack. And then what is different between an attack from Hamas and Iran, you know, compared to what Iran has in its arsenal, Hamas is very crude by comparison. Iran has sophisticated weapons. When they attacked in April, it was the first time Iran had ever attacked Israel directly and fired towards Israeli soil. And so it always came with that massive unknown. The Israelis are very adept. Their Iron Dome system is very capable at dealing with most of the missiles that come out of Gaza, most of the missiles that come out of Lebanon. But missiles fired from Iran are a whole different game because they are considered far more sophisticated and far more capable of hitting their targets.
That's right. I mean, I remember when those 300 cruise missiles, ballistic missiles were launched on Israel in April. And when I spoke to a number of Israeli officials, at the time they said, yes, it's choreographed. Yes, we were aware of even the timings and we had warning and we intercepted. But there's still 300 cruise and ballistic missiles and drones. So if they ever did reach their target, it would do maximum amount of damage. And at this point, it is unclear, other than this IDF statement, which has said that the noises you're hearing are of interceptions, but they're also of these projectiles. I'm just going to bring in our Deborah Haynes, who is on the Israeli-Lebanese border, and also just update our audiences on some of these lines that are coming in. Reuters news agency is now reporting that Iran's Revolutionary Guard say that they have launched tens of missiles to Israel. So confirming, Deborah, obviously what we've been seeing in the last half an hour or so, the IDF came out and said what you're seeing are these missiles that Iran launched, no further details, but warning their citizens to stay in their bunkers underground and not ignore the sound of the sirens. And the sounds of the sirens have been blaring across Israel non-stop for the last half an hour or so.
Yes, they have. And from our position here, we saw the first barrage of these, what seemed to be the first barrage of these missiles as they were firing across the sky. We could see intercepts that were happening above us. There was then a bit of a lull for a few minutes, and then it started all over again. It's gone quiet now for the last few minutes, but clearly, as you were saying, the Israeli military has issued a statement telling people that the attack is continuing. So potentially there could be more yet to come. But in terms of the challenge that this has posed for Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister has been saying repeatedly now over the past few days that while, in his words, he believes that Israel is winning in its attacks against not just Hezbollah, but also Hamas, also the Houthis, all Iranian-aligned groups. He said that there will be challenging days to come, and he urged Israeli people to stick together and stand strong. And clearly this is a moment of massive test for the resilience of this country. It's quite extraordinary to think that this country is coming under attack from multiple ballistic missiles. I mean, these are the kind of weapons that, for example, Israel's much talked about and much vaunted Iron Dome. It can't take out ballistic weapons. It has to rely on, as Ali was saying, a different level of air defence system that can take out such a sophisticated, fast-travelling munition. These are designed to be highly accurate, highly powerful and highly damaging. And so you would have had the air defence systems, you would also have had jets in the sky with the ability to intercept them. And we obviously wait to hear whether any of Israel's allies were involved in this operation or are involved in this operation. We know that the US Central Command was saying earlier that it was aware that this was going to be happening, and so you can well imagine that the US was supporting Israel in terms of defending its sky. And the big question is what has got through and whether there are more waves yet to come.
As you say, an incredibly dangerous moment because there is no clarity as yet about what has been intercepted and what has managed to get through. Deborah, I've just got a couple more lines. The Israeli army radio says that takeoffs and landings at all airports across Israel have halted, and that is obviously in response to these extraordinary scenes that we're seeing of these hundreds of missiles that have been launched on Israel. We've just lost our Deborah Haynes. As you can imagine, an incredibly dangerous moment as sirens blare out, and you can see their live position there. A lot of concern about what is happening on the night sky, but let's just have a listen in. Well, you're hearing some thuds and bangs and, of course, sirens blaring across the country. I'm speaking to some Israelis who are telling me that they have taken shelter in bunkers at the moment and that they are hearing some interceptions, but they are also unclear about what projectiles have managed to get through. This is an incredibly dangerous moment for Israel, for this region, as the Iranian Revolutionary Guard confirms that the missiles launched are in retaliation for the killing of Ismail Haniyeh, Hassan Nasrallah. So they are saying that they are now launching these attacks as a result of the killing of the leader of Hamas and the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed over the weekend. I mean, this is an incredibly dangerous moment. We're also hearing from the Israeli army radio that nearly 200 missiles have been launched into Israel from Iran. So an incredibly tense, frightening moment for the citizens of Israel as we wait and see what damage has actually been done. Well, let's go now to Sir William Patty, who's a former head of the Middle East Department in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Thank you very much for joining us here on the program. An incredibly terrifying moment for the civilians of Israel. We heard from the United States that they had warned Israel earlier that this was going to be imminent. Extraordinary images that we're seeing right now.
It is, and it's the escalation we feared. There's been talk of a wider war, and when Israel stepped up its attacks against Hezbollah a few weeks ago with the pager attack, and then the attacks on the leadership, and now the incursions into Lebanon, this was the escalation, the wider war we feared. The question now is, Iran up to now has actually been relatively restrained. We thought they might respond after the killing of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran during the inauguration of the new president. We thought they might respond after the attacks on Hezbollah. So they've been relatively restrained. Benjamin Netanyahu gave a warning direct to the Iranian people that you are within our range. But the Iranians have decided to open this extra front. And the question now, I suppose, is what will be the Israeli response, which I suppose will depend on the damage that is done or not done, how many of these missiles, if any, get through, and what sort of damage they inflict. I fear if they hit anything significant, we could expect an Israeli response.
Indeed, that is the concern now, the fear that everyone has had, a confrontation between Iran and Israel. We obviously saw a much more choreographed attack in April, which Israel, the United States, their allies and partners were able to prevent from doing any real damage. It's difficult to know at this stage what sort of damage this has done. The IDF has been reporting that to their citizens that the sounds that they're hearing are of interceptions, but they're also of projectiles. So it could possibly be, and this is obviously speculation at this stage, that what we're seeing is potential missiles that could have gotten through. We were just speaking to our correspondent on the ground who said he's lived in that country for several years. He's never seen anything like this.
Well, there hasn't been. The previous attack was, as you say, choreographed. It was signaled in advance. The Americans, the British, even the Jordanians and forces in Iraq were on hand to intercept these missiles. That was a kind of a display. This seems much more serious. I would be surprised if any Arab countries were involved in defending Israel this time around. I'd be surprised if Jordan got involved. We're yet to hear whether any British planes were involved in intercepting missiles or whether the Americans were or not. So we have to wait for the news. I hope British planes were not involved. I hope we don't get dragged into a wider war. I think Israel will respond in some form or other. The extent of that response will depend on the damage.
But do you think that ultimately, given the position of the UK government, the US government, in terms of standing by Israel, should it be attacked? And if these missiles have indeed, done any kind of damage, certainly if we see any civilian casualties, Israel will respond. that will not only turn into a wider regional conflict, but are you concerned that it will bring in allies like the United States and the UK?
Well, I think it'll certainly bring in the United States. The question is, would it bring in the UK? The UK has a balancing act here. We want to ensure Israel's security, but not at the expense of the Palestinians or at the expense of the Lebanese. So there's a balance to be struck by saying Israel has a right to defend itself and help Israel do so. But they also have to take into account that Israel, that it's a very right-wing extreme government in Israel. I heard it described at a conference today as proto-fascist. And I don't think that's too extreme. They've got a very extreme right-wing government that has actually escalated the conflict in Lebanon and bear a considerable amount of responsibility for this sort of escalation. If you think what has led up to this, attacks in Tehran, attacks in Syria, attacks against Iranian allies in Lebanon. So they bear quite a bit of responsibility when their allies, Britain and the United States, has been telling them to reduce the tension, try to cut a ceasefire in Lebanon, a ceasefire in Gaza.
But there has been an incredibly lackluster response from the United States. I mean, they seem to be putting their hands up and saying, well, we can't quite put any pressure on any side, but we do call for a ceasefire and we do express concern. But clearly that isn't good enough, given the images that we are seeing now this evening. Nearly 200 missiles launched into Israel from Iran. Israeli forces conducting a ground offensive inside Lebanon. We're seeing hundreds of civilians killed in this country, the war in Gaza continuing, and yet it appears the United States is stepping back and saying all we can do at this stage is express concern and we can't put that much pressure on anyone.
The United States has in the past stopped aid to Israel, stopped arms to Israel, but they're unlikely to do that at the tail end of a Biden administration in the middle of an election. And I think Benjamin Netanyahu is playing on that. He realizes that there's a limit to how much pressure United States can bring to enforce a ceasefire, to enforce peace, because Benjamin Netanyahu is taking advantage of that. And has decided, I think, that now is the moment to inflict maximum damage on the people they perceive as their enemies, Hezbollah, Hamas and Iran.
Indeed. Sir William Patty, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme and giving us your thoughts. Let's go straight back to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who joins us near the Israeli-Lebanese border. Deborah, I wonder what you're hearing at this moment, because it does still seem like the sirens are blaring across Israel. But before I let you tell us about where you are, I've just got some more lines that are coming in. We understand, based on senior Iranian officials who have told the Reuters news agency, they've said that the order to launch this missile attack on Israel was made by Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. So just some more lines coming in. We heard that the Revolutionary Guard saying that they were doing this in response to the killing of the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed at the weekend. And we understand from the IDF that 200 missiles have been launched on Israel. Again, unclear whether all of them have been intercepted at this stage.
Yes, and also unclear whether it's all over. There could well be another wave. And actually, just while we've been standing here, we've been hearing small arms fire, probably machine gun fire in the distance over in that way, because at the same time as these strikes from Iran are being launched towards Israel, Israeli forces have launched their limited ground operation into Lebanon, which is still going on. And so you can imagine that there is still clearly fighting going on in that direction. In that direction was where the Iranian missiles came. And I mean, we've got some images, I think, that you've seen from from a little bit earlier, where we saw the missiles streaking across the sky. We saw the intercepts going up, and then we saw the explosions when the intercepts were successful. And then we did see others that continued to move on. It's an incredibly difficult operation to try to intercept ballistic missiles anyway, let alone some 200 of them, as you were just saying. It's an operation that clearly Israel would most likely have needed its allies' support to help it with. And if it is still going on, and if, as Israel has said in its message that it put out, that the Iranian attack is continuing, then there could yet be more tests to come, and the night might not yet be over.
Deborah, I'm just going to keep you there and bring in our Dominic Waghorn, who is in Washington. And we understand that President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are monitoring the current developments and Iran's attack on Israel from the White House Situation Room. President Biden has said that the United States is prepared to help Israel defend against these attacks and protect American personnel in the region. Let's bring in Dominic Waghorn, who is in Washington. I mean, Don, these are extraordinary developments and scenes, and a very dangerous moment for this region. We are now effectively seeing a confrontation, a very direct confrontation between Iran and Israel. We've also heard that the Supreme Leader, Iran's Supreme Leader himself, ordered this, and he said that we are ready for any kind of retaliation from Israel.
Yes, it's a very, very grave moment for the Middle East, but also I think for the world, and you have to wonder what happens next. We obviously cast our minds back to April when Iran launched its first direct attack on Israel. And that was the first time Iran had ever attacked Israel directly, although it has obviously sponsored any number of proxy attacks and allies of Iran to attack Israel in different ways, not only in Israel, but also outside of Israel. But that was the first time that Iran directly attacked Israel. And back then it felt almost ritualistic. It was in response to an Israeli attack on its consulate building in Damascus, where a number of assassinations were carried out by Israel. But there was a sense then that the Iranians were saying to Israel, but also to Israel's American patrons and supporters and defenders, that we have to do this. We have to carry this out, this attack, in response to what you've done, but we don't want it to lead to all-out war. And therefore there was an understanding that not just Israel, but America, Britain and other allies of Israel, but also Jordan, would repel that attack and see it coming. And what we saw then was over 100 drones being fired, I think 30 cruise missiles, and I think it was around 120 of what we think we're seeing now being fired at Israel, 120 ballistic missiles. Now, most of those were either shot down or intercepted, many of them before they reached Israel, because Israel and its allies saw that attack coming, and the ones that did get through into Israel didn't do an awful lot of damage. Now, this is very different this time, because these are ballistic missiles, and well-sourced reports claim that these attacks are happening in two waves. 120 missiles fired, and then 15 minutes later, another 120 ballistic missiles. Ballistic missiles take, I think, around 12 minutes to get from launch to moment of impact. They're much harder to anticipate, and the Iranians simply have not given Israel and its backers and its defenders enough time to prepare for this, like they did back in April. So this is a much more aggressive attack by Iran. It may be fewer in number of rockets and projectiles fired at Israel, but the nature of this attack is a very different kind of attack. It's a deliberate attack in anger against Israel. It's in response, obviously, to the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, which I think we have to say is was one of Iran's closest allies, a man who represented so much of what they were trying to achieve in the region. His assassination being avenged now by this unprecedented attack. And ahead of the attack, we had the Americans sounding the alarm, saying they were sending their diplomats in Jerusalem to the shelters, saying that they saw these missiles being prepared for launch, and warning Iran not to fire them. Now, well-placed American or well-sourced American journalists are saying that the Israelis told the Americans to sound the alarm, to send a warning to Iran not to carry out this attack and wanted to send a clear message to Iran, which was, if you go ahead with this ballistic missile attack, we will come after you. We won't respond in a token way like we did back in April, where the Israelis simply, I think, attacked a number of air defense systems near Natanz in Iran. This time, the Israelis have made it very clear they will respond in force, and they expect the Americans to help them do so. And according to the New York Times, Thomas Friedman's article, which was written shortly before this attack happened, his understanding from the Israelis is that they've told the Iranians they will come after their nuclear weapons program. They warned them they will go after their nuclear weapons program if these missiles are launched, and they expect the Americans to support them. So I think what we're looking at potentially here is a ballistic missile war. That is entirely exactly what the Americans have tried to avoid by sending huge numbers of military materiel and forces to the region. They were trying to warn the Iranians, don't get involved in this escalating conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. Sit this one out. It looks as though the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei in Tehran, has decided to do the opposite, to throw the weight of his ballistic missile arsenal into this war, with, I think, consequences that are dire and grave for the region and rather hard to predict at the moment.
Yeah, Dom, as you were saying earlier, you and I were both in Israel when that attack, the ballistic missiles, the cruise missiles, the drones were launched from Iran to Israel. As you say, it was choreographed. It was in the early hours of the morning. The United States and Israel, the UK, other allies in the region were fully aware that it was coming this time round. What we're seeing now, and we didn't see anything like this in April, is a very different situation, because at this point we still don't know if all of these missiles have been intercepted. And unlike last time where we saw 300 of those missiles launched, this time it's 200 what we understand ballistic missiles being launched. And we've got some lines that have come in on the Iranian side. The Revolutionary Guard have said that should Israel respond and react, that they will retaliate again with an action like this. So as you say, potentially a ballistic missiles confrontation and war. We also understand that it was Iran's supreme leader who ordered this attack. And we've just been told by the Reuters news agency that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, remains in a secure location after those missiles were fired at Israel. That's after he said that we are prepared for any kind of confrontation from the Israeli side. And just to update our audiences on what the White House is currently saying, we understand that President Joe Biden and the Vice President Kamala Harris are monitoring the situation now, the Iranian attack against Israel, from the White House Situation Room. And we also understand that President Biden has directed the U.S. military to aid Israel's defense against Iranian attacks and shoot down missiles targeting Israel. Just gives you an idea of perhaps that they may have been caught by surprise, unlike the last time when it was all choreographed, everyone knew what was happening, there were preparations to shoot them down, and that was a successful operation. At this stage, we just don't know where things lie.
Yeah, they weren't taken by surprise entirely, because they obviously saw the Iranians getting these ballistic missiles ready for launch, because they have sort of telegraphed ahead of time that they issued several hours ago that this was a likely possibility. In fact, they said the attack was imminent. So, but the difference, as you say, between what happened today and what happened in April is the Iranians gave them a lot of lead time, days, if you like, saying that we're going to attack Israel, but we don't want it to lead to all-out war. That's the kind of understanding we assume was going on between the Iranians and the Israelis, sworn enemies, but still the kind of understanding that the Iranians were saying to the Israelis, we need to attack you, we need to avenge what you've done in Damascus, you have shifted things and you've broken the rules so dramatically that we need to avenge that, we need to carry out this attack, but we're going to give you enough time to prepare for it, and also your allies to prepare for it, so you can shoot down, as you say, around 200 rockets and projectiles that they fired at Israel at night, as well as you say, and most of them were intercepted. There was a bit of damage at an Israeli air base. But what didn't happen was none of those rockets or projectiles hit, for instance, a residential building. Had they done so, had they killed dozens of Israeli civilians, then the Israelis would have felt they had to respond in force in return. Because that didn't happen, the Israelis carried out a fairly token attack on air defences near Natanz. That sent a clear message to the Iranians that the Israelis can hit them where it hurts, but they didn't do an awful lot of damage, so the Iranians could then move on and things didn't escalate further. This is a very different situation because the Iranians did not give them much time to prepare for this. They used ballistic missiles which are faster moving, and with those drones that were fired back in April, they took hours to get to Israel. These are ballistic missiles, and Iran has developed a ballistic missile arsenal that's formidable, is, I think, feared across the region, and Israel has called them out on this and said the West should have done a lot more to neutralise that ballistic missile threat, because obviously in Israel's minds, if you combine that with the nuclear weapons that they say Iran is developing, then you have a very dangerous arsenal in the hands of their sworn enemies. But despite a lot of Israeli pressure to have that ballistic missile program neutralised, the Iranians have been able to press ahead with it. So their ballistic missiles are extremely effective and took, I think it's around 12 minutes from launch to landing.
Dom, I'm just going to interrupt because we're just listening to the IDF spokesperson, Daniel Hagari. He's currently speaking in Hebrew, but he's giving a statement to the state following these missiles that were launched into Israel. We've also just received some information from the Israeli ambulance service saying that paramedics are searching sites of rocket strikes, and currently there are no reports of injuries from the fire towards Israel other than minor injuries from shrapnel or falls on the way to safe areas. So a lot of things developing in Israel at the moment, Dom. I'm just going to keep you there and bring in our Deborah Haynes, who is in northern Israel for us at the moment. And of course, Deborah, you're there because you were monitoring the ground offensive that Israel has just launched on southern Lebanon. But of course, what we've seen are these 200 or so missiles that have been launched from Iran to Israel. And we got some warning, as Dom was saying this afternoon, from the United States, where there were reports that they had informed their allies in Israel that this was imminent. It could come as soon as tonight. But the scenes that we have seen are unprecedented and quite frankly extraordinary over the Israeli skies there.
Yes, we were out here when we heard the reporting that the launches had started, and obviously we didn't really know what to expect, and then suddenly we saw these streaks of orange across the night sky high up in the air, and then we saw the intercepts going in the opposite direction and then exploding way up in the skies above us. Now, I've never seen anything like that with such intensity, just like the number of different streaks and intercepts. And then there was a bit of a lull, and then it happened again. And now I have to say that it's been at least half an hour or so now, and there's been nothing more so far. But when I was speaking to you a few minutes ago, we had to actually cut short the live and run for cover because there was a rocket that we could see behind us. Again, this would have been most likely a Hezbollah rocket fired, and that was the concern too, whether this could be maybe a coordinated strike with Israel's air defences occupied with the ballistic missile threat, and then maybe Hezbollah taking advantage of that and launching strikes. So far, we've only had to run for cover once with that rocket, but clearly we are alert for what could happen. And we also, like I was saying, heard gunfire, machine gun fire in the distance over there. That's Lebanon in that direction behind me. It really is a reminder of the multi-fronted assault that Israel is currently conducting and then dealing with the consequences of Iran's attack. And that really raises the question of what happens next. If this wave of attacks is now over, and we don't know if that's the case, we don't know if more is going to be coming, then Israel will surely be assessing the damage, and then it will be calibrating its response. Back in April, when Iran launched those more than 300 cruise missiles, ballistic missiles and drones towards Israel, an attack that Israel and its allies successfully defended, Israel was under huge pressure from the US and the UK in particular to, as they said, take the win, to take the fact that they had managed to conduct their strike. You'll remember the Iranian attack was in response to Israel hitting Iran's consulate building. That's an outgoing round fired towards Lebanon. It was in response to the Israeli attack against the Iranian consulate and the killings of IRGC members then. But then when Iran did retaliate, Israel was under pressure not to respond. It did do a limited strike to Iran in return, but it was very contained, and it enabled both sides to move off the ramp of escalation, and the situation went to a sort of calm. And I know from speaking to officials in Whitehall at the time, there was intense concern that that would be the moment that this region ignited into all-out conflict. Fast forward several months, the situation now is so much different. The level of damage that Israel has managed to inflict, in particular on Hezbollah, which is the largest paramilitary force in this region, closely aligned with Iran, and the language also coming from the Israeli Prime Minister directly, really, challenging Iran, to be honest. That's how it's being interpreted. And clearly, in Tehran, the leaders there would have been wondering how to respond, given that the rules of the game had been ripped up so decisively. And they've obviously calibrated the response that they are conducting tonight, most likely in the hope that it won't ignite all-out war, because an all-out war in this region would end badly for everyone, but most likely the most pain would be suffered in Tehran, given the balance of power if you take Israel and its strongest ally, the United States. Iran will not want all-out war. It may not have a choice because, again, it's going to depend on how Israel decides to retaliate. And like I said, back in April, its allies convinced Israel to be restrained in its response. I'm not sure that will happen this time.
Yeah, Deborah, just in response to that, the Reuters news agency reporting that the Supreme Leader ordered this strike, and he said we are ready for any kind of retaliation from the Israeli side, and that we are doing this to avenge the killing of Hamas's leader Ismail Haniyeh and Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed here at the weekend in Beirut. But we also understand that the Supreme Leader has now been taken to a secure location. I just have a few updates for our audiences, but I'll keep you there, Deborah. Daniel Hagari, who's the IDF spokesperson, is just updating the Israeli public and the media and indeed the world. He has said that the Israeli military is not aware of any injuries from the Iran missile attack. And we also received that news from Israeli emergency medics who have scanned and checked the area as well to see if there is any major damage or injuries to civilians or any of these projectiles, whether they've gotten through. But what we understand at this stage from the IDF, and you can see those images from a little earlier of those missiles that were launched over the skies. And as we said, we don't know if these are projectiles or if they are being intercepted at this stage. But what we do know is that Daniel Hagari also said that this attack was serious and will have consequences, which is very much in line with what the United States as well has said. The IDF has again told citizens that they are assessing the situation, and it has been decided that it is not permitted to leave protected spaces in all areas across the country. Deborah, I'm speaking to some Israelis tonight who tell me they remain in their bunkers and that the sirens have been ongoing. Just give us a sense of what the situation is where you are.
Well, I mean, in the area where I am, a lot of it has already been declared a secured military zone. This part of Israel had been under Hezbollah rocket attacks for the last year, and it's from around here that you can't see because it's so dark, but way over there in the distance, all along that stretch of the border is where Israeli forces have been mobilizing and then launching their limited attack, their limited offensive inside Lebanon over the last 24 hours. And so in terms of the actual the situation and the sense amongst people here, a lot of people have already left. Many more were evacuated just in the last couple of weeks as the anticipation grew that there would be a potential ground incursion. There's real concerns here of Hezbollah strikes across the border into this area, but as well, I mean, as I was saying before, we saw the Iranian attack as well over the skies, and so this area, like the rest of Israel, is holding its breath and wondering whether the attacks have stopped or whether there's going to be more to come. And I think what you were just relaying there about what the IDF spokesperson was saying, he wasn't giving the all clear.
No, I'm just going to have to clarify that, Deborah, because the IDF said that they've now assessed the situation and it was decided that it is now permitted to leave protected areas across the country. So clearly giving an indication there to civilians. I'm sorry, I misread that news coming in, but they are saying that people are allowed now to leave protected areas. So clearly indicating that what they understand, that those missiles that were incoming and the wave that we saw a number of waves of missiles and also the sirens blaring. It does appear at this stage that the IDF has told people that it is now permitted to leave protected spaces in all areas across the country.
Well, I mean, everyone will be feeling a sense of relief to that news, because clearly it's been such a worrying time for people. They knew that some kind of retaliation was going to happen, and especially in the last couple of hours when the news was breaking that this attack was going to be imminent. And obviously this is a country that is incredibly resilient. It's been at war for the last year, since the October the 7th attack. So the people here are no strangers to having to run for cover, but a barrage at such intensity of ballistic missiles as was launched to Israel tonight will have been a huge shock. But clearly Israel is saying that it, by the sound of things, managed to defend itself from the attack. However, it's important to note that with Iran's response, yes, it's done this very public, very conventional missile strike to Israel, but you can well imagine that it might also be seeking less conventional ways of attacking Israel too. It is a master of what is called hybrid warfare, asymmetric attacks. And so while, yes, the all clear has been given for people living in this country, the government will be very alert for any kind of other types of attempts by Iran to undermine its activities. And clearly Iran is sending this message in response to the killing of its allies amongst the Hezbollah ranks and also amongst the Hamas ranks. And it will be obviously looking to see whether this attack is going to change Israel's behaviour. But from everything that we have heard, that everybody's been hearing from the Israeli government, that is highly unlikely. The Israeli government believes that it is needing to respond because this is a country that has been attacked. It needs to restore deterrence and it needs to secure its borders. And you don't get the sense that they believe any of those things have yet been done, which is why I imagine this offensive will continue to escalate.
Yeah, very much so. And we have some news from our sister news network, NBC. They've said that a defense official has told them that in accordance with U.S. ironclad commitment to Israel's security, U.S. forces in the region are currently defending against Iranian launched missiles targeting Israel. So, you know, the United States standing very firmly alongside Israel to defend Israel against those missiles that have been launched. Deborah, I'm going to keep you there and go to our security and defense analyst, Professor Michael Clark, who joins me now. And Professor Michael Clark, we talked about these ballistic missiles, these cruise missiles that were launched in April. But of course, that appears now to be very, very different to what we have seen this evening.
Yes, I mean, we're being told figures of about 100, maybe more than 100, and that may increase during the evening. I mean, there may be more than one attack, and that there's a higher proportion of ballistic missiles involved, which is entirely logical. I mean, the Iranians have got to do something different and more effective than they managed on the 13th of April. What they'll be aiming to do is to overwhelm Israel's defensive system, which is the Iron Dome system. And then behind that, they've got a thing called David's Sling, which is a shorter range system which can deal with drones and also low-level ballistic missiles designed really against things like the Russian Iskander missile, things like that. So they do have a pretty good defensive system, and the Iranians will probably be trying, at least in some places, to overwhelm it. And what we're seeing in the pictures now are indications of the fairly fierce sort of counter-missile battery battle that seems to be going on now above certainly Jerusalem and maybe other cities as well. And interesting that the Americans are saying that they are involved. I was looking this afternoon at what they've got in the area, and it's not a whole lot. I mean, they've got the carrier battle group, the Lincoln, and that's a powerful set of destroyers, as well as the aircraft carrier with its aircraft on board that can shoot down drones. The aircraft can launch missiles that shoot down drones. They've also got with them air defense destroyers that can shoot down ballistic missiles. But the Lincoln Carrier Battle Group is in the Gulf of Oman, or it was up to yesterday, which is actually quite a long way away, rather than being in the Red Sea, which is where a comparable carrier battle group was on the 13th of April. The other one they've got on the way is the Truman. The Harry Truman is a second carrier battle group, very powerful, and the Pentagon has said, yes, that's going to the region. But I looked at that yesterday, and that was still in mid-Atlantic, so it'll be another 36 hours or 48 hours before it's even through the Straits of Gibraltar. So that one won't be able to be part of this. And then the Americans have got the Wasp. That's an amphibious carrier. It's like a helicopter carrier. And again, they've got some ships with that, which could take part in a defense. And the Wasp is in the right place. And there are some independent air defense destroyers. The Arleigh Burke is there. The Cole is there. There's another one. Can't remember the name of the third one. But there's at least three which are also in the area. So the Americans could contribute to this with some of their air defense destroyers, but I don't think their main carrier battle group can be doing, is probably too far away to do very much, and their second carrier battle group is still a long way away. So it'll be interesting tomorrow to get some sort of readout as to what the Americans think they were able to do.
Professor Clark, I'm just going to keep you there and just show our viewers the latest pictures that are coming in from Tel Aviv at the moment. I don't know if you can see it, Professor Clark, but, you know, the Israelis have said that they have reopened airspace and takeoffs and landings are to resume in the coming hours. That's according to the airport authorities. Lebanon's Minister of Transport also say the airspace will temporarily be closed to air traffic for 2 hours. I guess, you know, the IDF are also saying that they're not aware of any injuries from those missiles. They've been trying to inspect the area. So, you know, at this stage, we're still waiting to find out more. But would it be fair to say that all of those projectiles have been intercepted at this stage?
Well, it certainly looks like it. We've got no reports, as up to about 5 minutes ago when I came and sat down here, of any casualties. I mean, you may have an update on that, Yalda, but there's nothing so far. And, I mean, what we're seeing, all those images that we're seeing is classic air defense stuff, so I guess it's doing its job. And I think the IDF and the Israeli authorities are wanting to create this sense that, look, this is a one-off salvo, we've dealt with it, airspace will be open pretty soon. Now, that may change if the Iranians then launch something else. And, I mean, if I was making decisions in Iran, I wouldn't only launch one salvo. However, we'll see what they do. It may be that this salvo of 100-odd missiles, and if more of them are ballistics, then it's possible that this is the best they can do at the time, because it takes time to assemble the 350 or more missiles that they put together on the 13th of April. And remember, on the 13th of April, they were also fired from different places. Some of them were fired from Lebanon, some were fired from southern Iraq, some were fired from Yemen. In this case, it looks as if this salvo has all come from Iran. And so it may be that this is the best they can do. And if this is the best they can do, then tomorrow Israel will chalk this up as yet another victory, yet another humiliation for Tehran. But it may be too early to say that. The night, certainly in London, the night is still quite young.
Yeah, indeed. Professor Clark, I'm just going to read some of the news lines that are coming through. Iran State TV is reporting that 80% of the missiles that they launched at Israel have hit their targets. That's obviously very different to what the IDF are saying. They're saying that they have assessed the area, the emergency services have assessed the area, and other than a few injuries as a result of shrapnel, they cannot see any major sort of damage done. But as you say, it is quite late in the evening now, and they're obviously just trying to get a sense of, what exactly the damage is.
Yes, and I guess that by mid-morning tomorrow we'll have an objective view. It may be that truth lies somewhere in between, though I would tend to believe what the Israelis are saying at the moment, because it's not in their interest to create complete propaganda over this level of damage, because then they will know it will emerge. So in the daylight, when there's a proper battle damage assessment, I imagine what the Israelis are now saying will turn out to be broadly true, and what the Iranians are saying will turn out to be broadly untrue. But let's wait until we get to mid-morning or noon tomorrow, and then we'll have a pretty clear idea.
Yeah, I'm just going to read some other lines that are coming through. Obviously, alongside what we are seeing here in the images in Israel, Reuters earlier reported that dozens of missiles were flying over central Jordan across to Israel. We also understand that Keir Starmer has spoken to both Prime Minister Netanyahu and the King of Jordan. Jordan's army says its forces are in a state of readiness to confront any attempts that threaten the kingdom's security. So no doubt this missile attack, this attack that has been launched on Israel, is now dragging in the rest of the region, Professor Clark. We're also hearing from Syrian army sources who are saying that the Israeli air defenses have managed to down dozens of Iranian missiles that flew over southern Syria as well.
Yes, and this happened on April the 13th in the last big attack, is that certainly Jordan was not at all pleased that a series of missiles, Iranian missiles, flew over their territory, and they did take some action to try to bring some of them down, the missiles and drones. And I think whether or not they can do anything about this one, I would rather doubt. But they'll make the same point, that this is their airspace that is being used for an attack on Israel. And Jordan is in a very invidious position, because it's always, of course, it's the state that's right next to Israel. It's always got the most sensitive problem. And I'm glad to hear that Keir Starmer has spoken to King Abdullah II, King of Jordan, who is a very strategic thinker. He's a very acute thinker. I rate him as one of the best strategic minds in the Middle East. Sadly, he's also occupying one of the more weak states in the Middle East in terms of its influence on anyone else. But Jordan is a key state because it's a neighbour of Israel, and because Jordan is one of the countries that can help to engineer some sort of detailed peace. As and when we may get to a stage where a more peaceful future is possible, Jordan is intrinsic to it in one way or another. So I have great faith in King Abdullah II for lots of reasons, and I'm glad that Keir Starmer has spoken to him. And I think it's inevitable that we will, the British will try to do our best to stabilise the results of this night attack, to actually, wind back the escalation dynamic to something where we were, let's say, a couple of days ago, and preferably to where we were more than 2 weeks ago, and just all take a breath and see where we go from here. But of course, the danger is that this may not be the only attack. The danger is that the Iranians will try to do something else, and I suspect that there'll be an uptick in terrorism on behalf of Tehran, whether or not it has ordered it. I suspect there'll be a lot more terrorism and terrorist incidents, both in the Middle East and possibly in Western Europe, and I think United Kingdom will be one of the targets of potential terrorism. I'm sure our own counter-terrorist forces will be on higher alert because of all of this. So we've got to see how the tension of this evening ratchets up in the days to come. But we should, as the Americans are doing, as we're doing, as I'm sure France is doing, which also has quite a big role to play in this crisis because of its relationship with Lebanon, I'm sure we're all trying to ratchet back the tendency to keep going up the spiral of escalation, because today the Israelis have moved into Lebanon, tonight the Iranians have attacked Israel, it's a real problem, and we've got somehow to ratchet it back.
Yeah, an incredibly dangerous moment. But Professor Clark, back in April, even though it was viewed as a choreographed attack, it was still 300 of these ballistic missiles and drones, cruise missiles that were launched towards Israel. A coalition was formed, made up of, as you say, countries like the United States, Britain and Jordan that came to the aid of Israel to support Israel. And no doubt we've seen, we may, as you say, by tomorrow morning find out exactly how and who supported Israel in this. Obviously, the United States is saying in accordance with the US ironclad commitment to Israel's security, US forces in the region have defended against Iranian-launched missiles targeting Israel. That was an order by the Commander-in-Chief, by the President, which is something that we also saw in April. But after the April attack, despite it being coordinated, despite hours, days of warning that Israel and the United States received for it, the warning this time round was, just a few hours, frankly. We found out, a few hours before it happened that they were thinking about doing this. The United States warned Israel that it was imminent. Israel responded in a sort of choreographed way in April. The question is, how is Israel going to respond this time round?
Yeah, I think the Israelis will want to show that this attack has had no real effect, because the message from Israel and from Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, directly to Iran, to the leaders of Tehran, has been to say, don't even think about it. Don't think about retaliating for the actions we're taking. We're essentially attacking the people who are attacking us. You call it the axis of resistance, we call it the ring of fire. And so we're taking on Hamas, we're taking on Hezbollah, we'll take on the Houthis, and we'll take on the IRGC-sponsored militias, the Republican Guard-sponsored militias in Iraq and Syria. We'll take them on. And if you think that you can intervene in that, if you think that you can retaliate, think again, because we can come for you as well. And that was exactly the message, in very crude language, that Netanyahu delivered. He said, our reach goes everywhere. And at least on paper, if you draw a sort of circle around the range that Israel has got over its neighbours, it runs all the way around the circle from southern Spain in the west to effectively Afghanistan in the east. And so it is true, it is technically the case that the Israelis can reach anywhere in the greater Middle East. And what Netanyahu was really saying to the Iranians is that we are not frightened to come directly for you if you actually retaliate against what we are doing justifiably against the ring of fire that is trying to destroy us as a country. And that's where we are. Now, that's, we can argue about whether that's a realistic assessment of the situation. But, Netanyahu would not, even 2 months ago, would not quite have said all of that. He wouldn't have said at the United Nations General Assembly last week quite the things he said in the tone in which he said them. The rhetoric has gone up a couple of notches in the last couple of weeks. And all this started just 2 weeks ago today, 15 days ago now, with the pager attack on the Tuesday 2 weeks ago. And that pager attack set off this remarkable series of events in which the Israelis have had a very good couple of weeks. They've become very assertive, and they've got their adversaries on the back foot, and they think they've got Tehran on the back foot, and they're going to use this advantage that they've got to the fullest extent. And for the rest of us, the question is, are they overreaching themselves? Should we support it fully, or should we just keep calling for a ceasefire, to ratchet back, to think again? I think by and large, the outside world, the Western world, is saying, be very careful, Israel. We understand why you're doing this, but you can overreach yourself, and we are on the edge of a much bigger regional war. We're closer to it now than we were 2 weeks ago. We're closer to it now than we were 48 hours ago. And so this is a pretty big night, I think, for Middle Eastern politics all round.
Yeah, Professor Michael Clark, we've just received some information from an official Israeli account saying that they have counted the number of ballistic missiles, and they say it's 181. So almost 200, which is what the Iranians said, that they had launched tens of missiles on Israel, and that they said that they will do it again if Israel does retaliate. So, you're talking there about about ceasefire, but the war of words continues to escalate here, as does the actions on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, there may be a sort of an off-ramp, as they say, at least for this particular event, in that if the Iranians say, well, we've launched 181 missiles, and the vast majority of them were ballistic missiles, and they'll claim to have done lots of damage, and they'll run that claim on their own news sources, and some people will believe it, and some people will choose to believe it, and that's what they'll say. And if the reality that we are able to confirm tomorrow is that actually they've done little or no damage, then that will be the truth of it. So the Israelis will be able to say what they want to say about it, which will turn out to be nearer to the truth. And the Iranians will say what they want to say about it, which won't be very truthful, but maybe enough to get them off the hook of having acted and claimed that their action is effective. And then maybe we can ratchet away from the place that we are this evening.
Indeed, as you say, a very risky and dangerous moment. Professor Michael Clark, thank you so much for joining us. We will be back in the next few minutes for all the latest headlines at the top of the hour. Well, good evening. It's 7 o'clock in the UK, 9 o'clock here in Beirut, where there's been a major escalation here in the conflict in the Middle East. Now, in the past 2 hours, Iranian missiles have rained down on Israel. A siren sounded across the country, with people told to take shelter. The Israeli military say nearly 200 missiles were launched. In the past few minutes, Iranian state TV has claimed that 80% of the missiles launched hit their targets. But the Israelis say there were very few injuries and that civilians can now come out of their shelters. Well, a series of explosions were also heard in Tel Aviv. Iran says it launched the missiles in response to the assassination of the leader of Hezbollah and the killings of other senior Hezbollah and Hamas militants. Well, around the same time as those rockets were launched, there was a shooting in Jaffa, a mixed Arab-Jewish neighborhood in Tel Aviv. Police say that 4 people are believed to have been killed as a result of that attack. But as we've been saying, we've seen this evening nearly 200 missiles launched into Israel from Iran. The IDF have said that they have monitored the situation and they believe that there hasn't been any major damage in the area at this stage, just some small injuries as a result of the shrapnel. I just want to show you and let you listen to the sound of what we believe were the missiles being launched as well as being intercepted. Have a listen. As you can see, the skies over Jerusalem with missiles raining down on Israel, sirens sounding out across the country, people being told to take shelter. And just in the last 10 or 15 minutes or so, the IDF reported that people are able to now leave their safe spaces. They had closed the airspace across the country, but they have now resumed, opened the airport and say that flights will resume shortly. They've also said that there hasn't been any major damage done as a result of those almost 200 missiles. The Israelis say 181 missiles were launched into Israel from Iran, and they say that there will be serious consequences. The Iranians have responded and said that the Supreme Leader ordered this attack on Israel. The Revolutionary Guard made a statement to state TV in Iran and said that should Israel retaliate, they will respond again. And they said that they were avenging the death of Hamas's leader Ismail Haniyeh and Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was killed here in Beirut over the weekend. Let's go straight to our Deborah Haynes, our security and defense editor, who joins me now live from northern Israel. And Deborah, we saw some of the sirens that were blaring behind where you were. You had to take cover earlier following concerns about these missiles that were being launched.
Yes, it was actually a rocket that was fired in our direction because we're very close to the Lebanese border, which is Lebanon is behind me, and you've obviously got simultaneously this Israeli ground offensive that's taking place. We've been hearing gunfire from that direction, missile fire from that direction. The first we realised that the attack was actually underway was when we saw these streaks of orange high up in the sky above us. Clearly the missiles that we saw were intended to go much deeper into Israel. We then also witnessed intercepts taking place where you could see a glow of an orange ball moving up to impact the missile coming in the opposite direction, and then an explosion when it successfully hit. But then we did also see some missiles getting through and continuing their route further deeper into Israel, where, again, you'd imagine air defences would have been deployed. You quoted the Iranians saying that, or claiming that 80% of their missiles struck their target. That is a very different picture to the one that we're being told by the Israeli military. The Israeli spokesperson who gave that statement earlier, saying that they believed that the aerial threat had ceased and people could come out of their shelters. He said that there was a lot of intercepts and that just a few of these missiles did impact in central Israel and in parts of the south. He said that there are assessments going on as to any kind of damage, and he said that at that moment they didn't have any reports of casualties, but clearly this is a situation that's very live, and they will be going to the sites of the impact sites, and assessing what, if any, damage was done. And you would imagine that will also feed into the scale of the response. The Israeli military spokesperson also making the point that there would be consequences, but they would be at a time and a place of Israel's choosing. And bearing in mind that Iran has launched this direct attack on Israel, which is an extraordinary event in itself, in a bid to try to, you'd imagine, stop Israel from attacking its ally Hezbollah, which is what is going on behind me in the distance. There's no sign at all that Israel is going to slow down its operations inside Lebanon. So it really does mean that you have these two countries now in direct confrontation, and the world will be wanting to do all they can to try to contain it. And just one last point, if I may. You were saying earlier about how the Americans have come out and said that they are here to help defend Israel from Iranian attack. It will be really interesting to hear what the British say, whether they might too have been involved, maybe even involved in these intercepts that have just taken place. But we'll obviously be chasing the Ministry of Defence to try to see if we can get any clarity on that.
Yeah, I mean, Deborah, we saw, the UK standing and supporting Israel when those strikes, those missiles were launched in April. But no, obviously, this is still very early days. Sir Keir Starmer is believed to have spoken to Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's Prime Minister, as well as the King of Jordan. We've also got a statement here from Downing Street, and I'll just read it to our viewers. The UK completely condemns Iran's actions, and they've reiterated calls for de-escalation across the region. It's understood that more calls with EU leaders are expected this evening. So, the UK standing firm and saying that they completely condemn Iran's actions. And obviously, there's now a flurry of diplomacy that is going to be taking place behind the scenes with European leaders, the Americans, the British, all expected this evening to have a conversation about de-escalating this situation. Having said that, there are also reports coming in from state media in Iraq, and they have said that I'm just going to find this, that the Iraqi resistant groups say that US bases in Iraq will be a target if the US joins in the response to Iran's attack here. I mean, we have seen these Iraqi militant groups launch attacks on US bases in the past. They certainly did it after the killing of the Iranian general Qasem Soleimani. They often launch these attacks, and now they're saying that they will target US bases should the United States come to Israel's aid and respond to Iran following this attack.
Well, yes, and that's exactly the worry that that binds all of the allies together when they look at this huge challenge. This is not just a confrontation directly between Iran and Israel, as has just happened now. It's also a potential proxy battlefield where in Iraq, for example, Iran and the US have indirectly been engaged in, you call it hybrid warfare, in indirect contact through these Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. And it's almost like something you can switch on and off, scale it up and down, and it is a way for Iran not to directly confront the United States, because it knows that were it to try that, then that would initiate an overwhelming response against Iran. But to attack US or UK or other allied interests in the region is another pressure point that again raises the risk of miscalculation and of escalation into regional war. And so that is why you are having these conversations that are going to be frantically taking place through the night. The issue that you're seeing is that while, yes, Israel over the last few weeks in particular has faced calls from its closest allies, including the United States, also the UK, for restraint, to cease fire in its conflict with Hezbollah, and the concern about what's happening in Lebanon and a desire to try to contain the crisis. When it comes to direct confrontation with Iran, then, I mean, it's just that obviously there is the US and the UK view Hezbollah as a terrorist organisation, but when it comes to direct confrontation with Iran, it's on just another level of concern, and everyone will be wondering whether or not Israel, which has for years now been raising the alarm about Iran's nuclear ambitions, whether that might be something that they will be then considering when it comes to considering what kind of retaliation it will be taking place. I mean, that's obviously, again, almost unthinkable, but we are in a realm now where all of the rules seem to have they keep on being ripped up, and it does make it very difficult to predict what's going to happen next.
Yeah, Deborah, I mean, as we look at these images from a little earlier of these missiles that are raining down on Israel and being intercepted, and of course the sirens that were blaring with, millions of Israel's citizens taking shelter in bunkers, and we know that the airspace was also closed. The reason you are where you are at present is to monitor Israel's ground incursion into southern Lebanon. Now, the Israeli military have said in a statement that they've ordered the closure of new military areas in northern Israel. So a bit of a development there that they are, while they've said that the scope and geography of this incursion is going to be limited, they've reassured the United States of that. We understand that, more battalions were sent to the area, as well as now they're saying that the Israeli military have ordered the closure of new military areas in northern Israel.
Well, that's really interesting, and it would really point to a potential widening of this operation. The Israeli military, and there's a Israeli security official that was giving a briefing earlier, and he really stressed that the operation is it's localized, it's limited, it's targeted. It's meant to be just across the border into Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah positions and launch sites to try to stop Hezbollah rockets from falling on this side of the border. But then by the afternoon, there was a statement that was released by the military saying that an additional 4 reserve brigades were being mobilized for operations in the north to enable the continued fight against Hezbollah. So it really does show that maybe Israel is just ensuring it has options. It's clearly given an assurance to the United States that this current offensive is going to be limited, but its decisions and how it will conduct the fight will depend on how Hezbollah retaliates. And Hezbollah has made clear that they are going to resist any Israeli offensive. And Hassan Nasrallah, before he was killed, when he gave a video statement responding to those pager and walkie-talkie attacks, which do seem such a long time ago now, given events that have happened in the interim, but were actually only a couple of weeks ago, he vowed to stop Israel from achieving what it says was its war aim of enabling some 60,000 Israeli civilians that have had to move from across this whole region in the north, that's an outgoing round, to enable them to come back to their homes. Hassan Nasrallah said that Hezbollah would stop that from happening. So clearly those two sides are going to continue to fight. And with what you're saying about a closure of more military zones, that would indicate that the fight is going to be intensifying.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, Deborah, Israel has had tactical success over the course of the last 2 weeks. Following, those pages that were exploding and then the walkie-talkies, just completely cutting off Hezbollah's communication means and devices. Then, of course, we saw the targeted strikes on top Hezbollah commanders, really isolating the leader, Hassan Nasrallah, who had led Hezbollah and turned it into the powerful paramilitary group that it had become here in the region. He himself was revered across the Arab world and by other militia groups, inspired the Houthis, for example, in Yemen, as well as the Syrian and the Iraqi militias. He'd sent fighters to Syria to fight. Then, of course, the Israelis assassinated Hassan Nasrallah and virtually decapitated the organization. They've now launched this ground incursion. They've promised the United States, reassured them that it is going to be limited. The question is, though, will Israel, after all of these tactical successes, get to a point where it may have overstretched itself by sending, while at present we're told, special forces conducting limited operations, and they themselves in the last 24 hours have admitted that throughout the course of the last few months, they have conducted maybe 200 of the very similar operations to what we're seeing at the moment, but now it's all very public and much more open. The concern is, could this escalate? Because Hezbollah has very openly said, please come and, into our terrain, because we want to fight this war with you, on land that is ours, essentially.
Yes, and it was interesting what the Israel Defense Forces revealed about those special forces operations that have covertly been happening over the past year. Some 70 operations, hundreds of days spent inside Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah weapons caches, these tunnels that Israel is very concerned about, that it says that Hezbollah has dug under the ground to launch attacks, accusing Hezbollah of preparing to launch an October the 7th style massacre inside Israel, and then overnight, last night, confirming the beginning of what it's called this limited, localized, targeted offensive with more conventional troops, still light in numbers, we were told, going across the border. But they were defended by pretty heavy barrages of artillery fire. We were in this position last night and you could hear the steady beat of strikes from this side of the border going into Lebanon, and you could see the orange flare of impact sites. Tonight it is a bit quieter. It was quieter while the missile operations, understandably, were going on. But actually, in the last few minutes, we have begun to hear again a few sounds of artillery, really underlining that this is an operation that those missile strikes have not deterred. The missile strikes happened, and we have heard artillery since then. So clearly, the Israeli ground offensive inside Lebanon, which maybe Iran's actions it was hoping to deter. I'm sure it would have realised it would take more than that, but it is still continuing. So in terms of where we are tonight, you cannot imagine that what Iran has done in terms of retaliation, which it has vowed to do, is going to have much impact on Israel, other than galvanizing Israel's allies like the United States behind it and hardening its resolve to press on with what it sees as a unique moment of momentum. As you were saying, it struck significant blows on Hezbollah, an arch enemy, which they have engaged 2 wars in the past with already. And now the question people are asking is, why would Israel heed calls for a ceasefire when it is at this moment being able to inflict such damage? Someone was saying to me that what they should be intending to do is to actually inflict generational damage on Hezbollah to prevent that group from posing the threat that it has posed towards Israel for such a long time, since its existence, obviously.
Yeah, Deborah, just on that point, just in the last few minutes, Reuters has been reporting that Hamas has praised these Iranian missile strikes, and they say, that they welcome this, the attacks that have been, the attack that has been launched on Israel, avenging the death of their political leader Ismail Haniyeh and Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah. And as we were talking earlier, Iraqi militia saying that they will target and attack US bases in their country should the United States, stand and support Israel and respond to these missile strikes on Israel, which Israel and the United States have both said before it happened. They said that there would be consequences. Now that it has happened, we are hearing from the Israelis that this was very serious and that there will be consequences to this.
Yes, and it's interesting that the response that you're getting from Hamas. You can imagine that maybe they were wondering why it hadn't happened sooner, given that the assassination of Haniyeh was back in July. And some analysts have speculated that maybe the slow response, the silence from Iran might have further emboldened Israel to take the audacious acts that it has done, beginning with those attacks on Hezbollah's communication devices, revealing its hand and the fact that it had managed to infiltrate Hezbollah's supply lines, and then revealing the enormity of the intelligence that it had managed to gather to be able to pinpoint the location of Hezbollah commanders, and then taking them out right up to Hassan Nasrallah all over the course of the last 2 weeks. And it's only after that Iran has finally decided to retaliate. And that really does indicate that Iran miscalculated when it came to considering the risk that Israel would be willing to take, a risk that Israel has taken, an action that Israel has taken in the face of calls for restraint by its closest ally, the United States, as well as allies and partners all across the world. It has continued to press on with its attacks, believing that it has to restore deterrence in a region where it's surrounded by countries and militias that want to cause Israel harm.
Deborah, thanks so much. I'm just going to read out a few updates. As we reported earlier, the UK, Downing Street has issued a statement and they say that they completely condemn Iran's actions. We've also got a statement from the White House press secretary saying that the President Joe Biden and the Vice President Kamala Harris are monitoring this situation, and they have had 2 meetings with their national security team in the White House Situation Room today, and they've been receiving regular updates. We also were reporting earlier that the President directed the US military to aid Israel's defense against the Iranian attacks and shoot down the missiles targeting Israel. Of course, the United States informed Israel earlier today and that they would be targeted by Iran. So we are just getting this update from the White House that the President and the Vice President have convened 2 meetings with their national security team in the White House Situation Room today. Let's go straight to our security and defense analyst, Professor Michael Clark, who joins me now. And Professor, I mean, what we've heard in the last few minutes from Iraqi militia, from Hamas, all praising Iran's actions. The Iraqi militias have said that if Israel responds, and should the United States support Israel, which no doubt it will do, bases in the United States will be targeted, which we've seen happen on a number of occasions over the years.
Yes, and we're likely to see more of the same. That's fairly predictable. Whether those attacks will be really consequential, I rather doubt. I mean, the Americans have got about 40,000 troops in the region spread across the whole of the Middle Eastern region. So there's plenty of bases, and they've got a few bases, 3 or 4, right on the Iraqi-Syrian border because of their operations against Islamic State and some of the related groups. So they have, some hundreds of troops who are in harm's way, and several thousand troops across the region in many bases, like Al Udeid. It's the enormous air base in Doha, just outside Doha, a very big base. So the Americans are not, there are plenty of targets, but the Americans will have been expecting this, and they'll be on full alert. And it's inevitable in a way that Hamas and Hezbollah spokespeople and some of those people from the militias that the IRGC, the Iranian Republican Guard, support, they will say these things, and they will try to create a sort of spike in terroristic activities. I think that's fairly inevitable. There's something else, Yalda, which I think was very interesting in what Deborah was saying. She was pointing out very interestingly and very importantly that a lot of the missiles she could see herself were being intercepted, and there's an explosion, and the debris got to fall somewhere. And I've just been looking at some footage of some of the debris that seems to have fallen in Amman, in Jordan. And that's inevitable, and quite destructive debris, so it may cause injuries. But she also pointed out, very importantly, that some of the missiles just carry on their way. And it's really important to understand when we're trying to think about how effectively the Iron Dome, Israel's defense system, works, is that what they do is they track incoming missiles. And if they think that the missile is going to land in a place that doesn't matter, they just let it go. Because there's no point using a very expensive air defense missile against something that's going to fall into the middle of the desert. And the point about this is that ballistic missiles are much more predictable than cruise missiles. If a cruise missile is on its way, although a cruise missile is much easier to shoot down, it's harder to predict where it will go because it's programmed to go to a particular target, and it may be programmed to dodge around and go on a decoy and then turn back in and so on before it reaches its target. So you don't really know, and you've got no choice but to shoot cruise missiles down if you can. But ballistic missiles, the sort that the Iranians are using, are almost certainly the variations of the Fatah 110, which they've developed many years ago. They only burn for maybe 30, 40 seconds or something like that, and then they're on pure ballistics. So once the takeoff has been detected, and they're easy to detect on takeoff because they're slow and hot, and they have a very big signature. So once the missile is taken off and it's burned, it's pure ballistics. It's just like throwing a stone. So it's going then in an arc. And although it's a very big arc, and although it's actually very hard to defend against, it's actually easy to work out where it's going to land. And so the whole of the Iron Dome system is also built on a very sophisticated monitoring system. And they work out which missiles they need to intercept and which they just let go. And so when the Iranians can claim that, oh, lots of missiles have landed, some of them probably will have. Some of them will have landed in the middle of nowhere, and the Israelis have just let them go. That's the way the Iron Dome system works, which will complicate some of the claims that will be being made tomorrow morning, but we'll get to the bottom of it, I think, fairly quickly.
Yeah, Professor Michael Clark, just help our audiences understand the entirety of their interception, system, because of course there is the Iron Dome, but there's David Sling and there is the Arrow as well.
Yeah, indeed. And they all work at different levels. And so the problems of intercepting missiles depends on the altitude of them, how high they are, and how fast they're going. And so what the Israelis have developed, partly with some of their own, a lot of their own technology, but some American technology and some Patriot batteries, and Patriots are the best batteries in the world at shooting down anything, really, but they're also very expensive. I mean, every Patriot battery costs about $1 billion. And that's about 400 million for the battery and about 600 million for the ammunition, all the rockets that it fires. So they're very expensive, and you don't use Patriots against some cheap $20,000 drone. And so the Israeli defense system is based on, as you say, it's the Arrow system, David Sling, and the Iron Dome itself. It's not all Iron Dome. Iron Dome is the big overall system, and they've got a lot of Patriots too. So the system is very sophisticated, but it's also based on the ability to let things go as well as knowing what you have to intercept.
Yeah, indeed. And despite this interception, despite the IDF saying that, I'm just going to read this update, they said that they've identified approximately 180 missiles fired towards the Israeli territory from Iran. And security officials have said that the Israeli Air Force, in cooperation with the US Air Force, intercepted most of the missiles. Several hits were identified and damage is being assessed. So, Professor, they're basically assessing at this stage, although ambulance services, the IDF spokesperson has said that there are minor injuries, but, from what it sounds, contradicts what Iranian state TV, who are claiming that, 80% of them managed to reach their targets.
Yeah, and you would expect minor injuries because when a missile is intercepted, the debris has got to fall somewhere. And that seems to have happened at the one case I saw a few minutes ago in Amman, by the look of it. So, yeah, I mean, destructive debris will fall, and you would expect there to be some injuries. So that's logical. That doesn't mean to say the attack has been successful, but it will give the Iranians something to talk about tomorrow, and it will give the rest of us something to assess. And we'll see where we are with it. The Israeli approach to this seems to be to absorb the attack, to regard it as over and done with as quickly as possible, and then to turn around to the Iranians and say, OK, if that's your best shot, what have you got left? The Israelis do seem to be in a very bellicose mood at the moment, which is why I think London and Washington, they're all saying we support Israel's right to defend itself, but be careful. I mean, for heaven's sake, let's get to a ceasefire as soon as possible. And I think, as Deborah was saying, that's not really on Israel's agenda at the moment because they're doing so well, or they think they're doing so well, that they're not terribly interested in pulling back.
Yeah, and I want to pick up on that point with you. I've just got a resident of Tel Aviv here. I'm just going to keep you there, Professor Clark, and go to Giordana Levy, who joins me live now from Tel Aviv. She's a mother of three, and she's currently sheltering from the Iranian attack. Giordana, thank you very much for joining us here on the program. If you can just tell us where you are and what you heard and what you did.
Good evening, Yalda. Thank you for having me. So it's been a crazy evening. I have to say, listening to the siren on the program was giving me some kind of anxiety because I thought it was happening again. So I'm currently at home. We've been instructed by the Home Front Command around 7:30 to stay close to a shelter area. Thankfully, I live in an apartment that has a shelter. So And then basically the siren started, and it's just been going on for, to be honest with you, I sort of lost the track of time, something probably over an hour. I was there with my husband and with my 3 children. And we heard very loud explosions. The ground has been shaking quite a lot. And, you never know if it's the explosions are actually interceptions or if actually something has been hit. And now we've been instructed by Homefront Command that we can actually leave the shelters, but we should stay close by just in case.
Yeah, Giordana, just tell me, because news of this came out that there might be an imminent attack on Israel. The United States told their Israeli counterparts that Iran was considering launching this attack imminently as early as this evening, and that has happened. Were you informed and told, earlier in the day that this may be coming, and people need to stay at home and seek refuge in their shelters when it does happen?
Yeah. It was, I think, around 4 p.m. that I started hearing this report. And, in Israel, we've been living a crazy life for the past year. We, especially in Tel Aviv, we see it really as a way of living to move forward and keep on with the lives, and letting our kids keep on as much as possible within some kind of safety to go on with their lives. So my kids were at their sport activities and whatever. And this threat from Iran has been always present. It's not something new. We've had an attack in April, very similar to this one. So it's not something new. As the evening, as it came darker, I asked my daughters to come home, and also then the Homefront Command started to instruct people to stay close by a shelter area. So when that instruction came out, we were all sort of ready. And there's been a terror attack also just around 8 p.m. in Tel Aviv. 6 people have been killed. Apparently 2 terrorists from Hebron just started shooting at people on the light rail. So it's been a very intense night. It's been a very intense year, but to be honest with you, I'm still shaking, and it's a very difficult time.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that the sound of the sirens on our program must be making you quite nervous. But you talked about that attack in April. I was in Israel at the time. It was nothing like what we have seen this evening. Certainly the sirens didn't go off for as long as they did. And this, does feel like it was completely different to what we saw in April. Absolutely. It's definitely an escalation.
And Israel will have to react, and we'll see where this will lead us. This is an unprecedented attack that any country cannot, let just happen. So we'll see how the government and the army will react. But it's a crazy. I'm actually was raised in Italy, so for somebody who's European. And I've been living here for 20 years, so I've been living through some wars and some operations. But this past year, with what happened, it's something that no country can live with. And I don't know how much of it is explained in the European media. But no country can allow terrorist organizations to come in and butcher people, send missiles. I don't know how much, again, it has been reported in Europe about Hezbollah started shooting rockets every day to the northern communities in Israel since October 8, really. And all the populations living in north of Israel has been evacuated. We have evacuees from the north for a year. And this operation in Lebanon has happened in order to be able to bring back those evacuees to their communities, to their homes. And it's just crazy. It's war, and it's scary, and you don't really know what's next. And we're dealing with that. We move forward. We listen to the instructions.
Giordana, I mean, you were talking there about, no country being able to tolerate something like this. You're a mother of 3. Do you worry, though, that this situation is going to escalate into all-out war in the region? I mean, we've seen already Israeli forces conducting a ground incursion in Lebanon. And obviously the people here, I've spoken to so many mothers here in Lebanon who are so worried about their own children. No doubt you are extremely worried about your children. How concerned are you that this is going to escalate further?
I'm extremely concerned, and I think any mother around the world feels empathy towards another mother that is worried about their children in war. It's not right. But with the same breath, I will say that this situation is unbearable. Again, no country can deal with what we have been dealing with for a year. No country. And the unprovoked attack of October 7th, the ongoing attacks from Hezbollah for a year, the attacks from Iran, the attacks from Yemen, who's like a country where basically they have hunger issues, and they've been sending rockets and missiles and drones to Israel. It's an insane situation, and it's intolerable, and I don't think any country can continue with this. So I am, to answer your question, yes, I'm terribly concerned about a larger conflict, but at the same time, something has to be done for this to stop, for these threats to be over. And I don't know, a ceasefire, if it's going to bring an end to these threats, yes, I'm all for it. But if it's just to put on pause and allow this terrorist organization to rearm and to reorganize themselves, then no, we have to end this.
Giordana, what do you tell your children, especially when the sirens go off and you have to go into a bunker?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me, Giordana?
Yeah, sorry, we've been disconnected.
No, I think we can still hear you. I was just asking what you tell your children when the sirens go off and you have to move them into a bunker, especially after tonight.
So again, it's not something new. We've been having rockets for a year, not daily, not in this scale, but our kids are and they just know what to do. They hear a siren, they go to a shelter. If they're in school, they go to a shelter. And if they're in the middle of the road on a bus, they know they need to get off and find a shelter or lie down on the floor. Again, it's an unreal scenario for Europeans or whoever doesn't live in a conflict area. I explained to them the situation. I'm not teaching my kids to hate anybody. I'm not telling them, I'm not teaching them to hate. I'm just explaining them the situation and what's happening. And clear instructions, I think, is always so they can panic when you hear a siren. And I hope, this will be just a memory when they grow up, and hopefully they can grow up in a different kind of Middle East. I genuinely hope for that, because I'm pretty sure that especially the mothers all over the Middle East, they just really want peace and a better future for their kids. I know that Israeli mothers want that. So I hope we can achieve that. And if a larger conflict needs to happen in order for us to achieve that, then let it happen. Let's also not forget about the 101 hostages still being held in Gaza. It's insane. I don't know if people still remember what happened there. There's been kids, toddlers, babies, older people still hostages in tunnels, and the Red Cross is not allowed to see them. It's insane what's been happening, really. So I really hope we can wake up, maybe not tomorrow, but soon, to a different Middle East that we can all work harder to rebuild and to give a better future for our kids.
Giordana Levy, we're really grateful that you've joined us on the program from your shelter there in Tel Aviv.
Thank you. And I wish you all the best in Lebanon. We hope everybody will be, and we can meet soon for a glass of wine in here with Aviv. Bye.
Thank you, Giordana, for joining us here on the program. Just to bring you up to date on the current situation, the IDF has reported that they have identified approximately 180 missiles that have been fired towards Israeli territory from Iran. You were listening there to an Israeli mother talking about having to go into a shelter that they were informed about 4 o'clock local time, following the United States' warning to Israel that Iran was planning to launch hundreds of missiles towards Israel. And we saw those images this evening. Now, Israel's Defense Forces spokesperson, Daniel Hagari, has given this update a little earlier. Just have a listen.
Erev Tov.
Good evening. At this point, we do not detect any further threats from Iran in Israel's airspace. You can come out of the sheltered areas, but you must continue to comply with the instructions of the Home Front Command. I would like to ask you to continue to behave responsibly and be alert. During our defense, we had quite a few interceptions. There are a few hits in the center of Israel and in a few places in the southern region. We are still doing a situation estimate. We don't know of anyone who's been injured, and that is thanks to your behavior, to your responsible behavior. And we also ask you not to give information to the enemy and not to pass on any locations and documentations from places that were impacted. We are both on the defensive and on the offensive. We are going to protect the citizens of Israel. There will be implications to these launches, and we will retaliate whenever and wherever we choose to do so. I will be here later this evening in order to inform you on any development. Please continue to be responsible. Questions. Wala News. Can we expect any further launches? Like I told you, I come here after a situation estimate with the Chief of General Staff. We've been updated by the Air Force, by our partners from the U.S. as well. And at this point, we do not detect any further threats in Israel's airspace. And this is why we gave the instructions to leave sheltered areas, and we continue to monitor the situation. And if any change in the instructions occur, we will update you. Channel 12, will the IDF respond soon? Like I said, we have plans. We are very strongly prepared on the offensive. We're going to hold a situation estimate, and we will act whenever and wherever we choose to. Khan 11, do you think that we are at the cusp of a regional war? This is a multi-arena war, like I've said, and it's not for the first time that we've had these airstrikes from Iran, and this one was more extensive, but we did tailor the proper response to it. As we've seen, there were very few hits, and no one was injured because everyone in Israel behaved responsibly and complied with the instructions. And we also operated our defensive systems, ours and our partners, in order to protect Israel's airspace. And we will continue to do the same, both of the offensive and the defensive. Israel Hayom, is the IDF ready with immediate response? We have the capabilities, and we are at peak preparedness. We are conducting this warfare in several arenas. This was very severe. What just happened now, there will be repercussions, and we will take action whenever we choose to, wherever we choose to. Thank you very much. I will return to update you with any further developments. I would like to ask all Israelis to continue to behave responsibly. Everybody behaved in an exemplary fashion, and that saved lives. But there are other difficult things happen. There was a terror attack in Jaffa. We will continue to update you.
You were listening there to the IDF spokesperson, Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, saying it's a multi-arena war. And, of course, they have been attacked by Iran before. But this strike on Israel by Iran, he said, was more extensive. However, we did what we needed to do and took all the appropriate action. No one was injured. Now, Iran is responding to what Israel is saying. And they're saying that Iran's Revolutionary Guards are saying that they are continuing to target 3 Israeli military bases in missile attacks. Israeli media are also citing that the Israeli military are saying that their air force will continue conducting powerful strikes tonight throughout the Middle East. And we have seen those strikes here in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, throughout the day. We've seen drones hovering much louder than in the past week, and of course the sonic booms as well. So the Israeli military say they will continue conducting their powerful strikes tonight throughout the Middle East. It's unclear exactly where else they are talking about. Now, you're looking at images right now of the White House. The briefing has begun, and we can see the press secretary as well as the national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. Let's have a listen in.
Thank you, Corinne, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to provide a brief report on the Iranian ballistic missile attack against Israel that occurred earlier today. I can take just a few questions because this is an ongoing situation and I need to get back to my desk. Today, Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles towards targets in Israel. The United States military coordinated closely with the Israeli Defense Forces to help defend Israel against this attack. U.S. naval destroyers joined Israeli air defense units in firing interceptors to shoot down inbound missiles. President Biden and Vice President Harris monitored the attack and the response from the White House Situation Room, joined in person and remotely by their national security team. We are still working with the IDF and the authorities in Israel to assess the impact of the attack. But at this time, and I stress at this time, we do not know of any deaths in Israel. We are tracking the reported death of a Palestinian civilian in Jericho in the West Bank. We do not know of any damage to aircraft or strategic military assets in Israel. In short, based on what we know at this point, this attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. This was first and foremost the result of the professionalism of the IDF, but in no small part because of the skilled work of the U.S. military and meticulous joint planning in anticipation of the attack. We are also aware of reports of a terrorist attack in Jaffa that took the lives of a number of Israeli civilians and wounded several others today. Our condolences go out to the families of the victims and to the family of the Palestinian civilian in Jericho. Obviously, my update here is based on early reports, and we reserve the right to amend and adjust as necessary as we gather more information. The word fog of war was invented for a situation like this. This is a fluid situation. We will consult with the Israelis on next steps in terms of the response and how to deal with what Iran has just done, and we will continue to monitor for further threats and attacks from Iran and its proxies. We are particularly focused on protecting U.S. service members in the region. And with that, I'll take just a few questions. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Is the administration making any preparations to evacuate U.S. citizens from Lebanon or elsewhere in the region?
We have been very clear for some time now that U.S. citizens should avail themselves of commercial means to depart Lebanon, given everything that's going on. We have said that from this podium, from multiple podiums. We continue to say that, but we have not begun triggering a non-combatant emergency evacuation, a NEO, and do not have an intention to do so at this time. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we continue to reinforce the point. American citizens in Lebanon should follow the guidance from the State Department, which is to find civilian commercial means to depart, because in extremis, we may not be able to get them out safely. Yes.
Thanks, Jake. What is the U.S. view on whether Israel should retaliate, and what is your concern about this leading to a wider escalation of war in the region?
We've had some initial discussions with the Israelis in the aftermath of this at the military level and also at the White House to Prime Minister's office level. We'll continue those conversations in the hours ahead. I'm not going to prejudge or get ahead of anything. We want to have some deep consultations with the Israelis, and I'll have more to report to you after we get the opportunity for deeper discussions.
And escalation in the region?
Obviously, this is a significant escalation by Iran, a significant event, and it is equally significant that we were able to step up with Israel and create a situation in which no one was killed in this attack in Israel so far as we know at this time. We are now going to look at what the appropriate next steps are to secure first and foremost American interests and then to promote stability to the maximum extent possible as we go forward. Yeah.
Back in April, the president's message to Israel was to take the win when the U.S. and Israel were able to intercept the barrage of Iranian missiles. Is he recommending a similarly limited response this time?
I will not, from this podium, share the president's recommendations. He will have the opportunity to share them directly. We're going to have, as I said, ongoing consultations with the Israelis this afternoon, this evening. It is too early for me to tell you anything publicly in terms of our assessment or in terms of what our expectations are of the Israelis or the advice that we will give them.
So will he be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu today?
I don't have anything to announce from this podium, but I can tell you that he is tracking this minute by minute. We are very much deeply in touch with the Israelis, and insofar as we have calls to read out, we'll make sure to read them out with you. Just last question, then I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Jake. In April, after Iran struck Israel, the U.S. issued a number of sanctions as a consequence. This morning, the president said there would be severe consequences if Iran carried out this attack. What are those consequences, and are they more severe than sanctions?
Totally legitimate question, and that answer will come based on the conversations and consultations we have with our Israeli counterparts. It's too soon for me to stand before you today and give you an answer. What I can tell you is this. We are proud of the actions that we've taken alongside Israel to protect and defend Israel. We have made clear that there will be consequences, severe consequences for this attack, and we will work with Israel to make that the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you, Jake. Okay, on to the rest of the programming here. This morning, President Biden was briefed by his Homeland Security Advisor, Liz Sherwood Randall, on the latest impacts of Hurricane Helene, and this afternoon he will receive an interagency briefing on the Hurricane Helene response and recovery.
Well, in the last few minutes, you were listening to the U.S. National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, speaking there and saying that this was clearly a significant escalation by Iran. He also said and confirmed that nearly 200 missiles were launched by Iran on Israel, and said that the U.S. military coordinated closely with Israel to help defend Israel, and said that they had fired interceptors to take down incoming missiles. He said the President, Joe Biden, was monitoring the developments minute by minute alongside the Vice President, Kamala Harris. They were both following in the Situation Room. They said that the situation is fluid, but it all came down to the skilled work and meticulous joint efforts of both the U.S. and their Israeli counterparts. So a response there from the U.S. National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, confirming that the United States coordinated closely with Israel to help defend Israel following the almost 200 missiles that were launched on Israel by Iran. Let's go to our security and defense analyst, Professor Michael Clark, who has also been listening in. And Professor Clark, I mean, the reporters there were asking Jake Sullivan about concerns, whether this will escalate. Interestingly, he said, we are obviously monitoring the situation and we're going to now coordinate to discuss what the next steps are. He said that there were at present, from what they understand, no deaths other than they did say that a Palestinian was killed in the West Bank, but he said that the situation is incredibly fluid at the moment, as is expected.
Yes, and I mean, as we were saying earlier on, I mean, both for you and for me here in London, the night is still young and things may still happen. But interestingly, he was confirming what Daniel Hagari had said a few minutes before, the Israeli spokesman, Admiral Hagari, which indicated they think this is a one-shot. They think that this is it for this evening, and that may be true. And the answer is, as Hagari said, there have been some hits in the south. In other words, some of the missiles did land. And as we were saying before, remember, the south of Israel is rather less populated than the north. And so if a missile was going to the south and it was going to fall into open country, they'd probably just let it. So he said some hits in the south, some injuries, no deaths. And that's what Jake Sullivan seemed to also indicate. And so the Americans are saying that, as the Israelis are, that this has been ineffective. So we'll see if that still holds up tomorrow, but I suspect it probably will. But this may not be the end of it, because we'll see how people react tomorrow. And as Jake Sullivan said, this is still a very delicate moment. And as you and I have talked about in the last hour, we are on the edge still of a widespread regional war. And when Jake Sullivan was saying, well, I'm going back into the Situation Room now, and we'll be discussing with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris what we do next, I'm sure the American approach will be a two-pronged approach. It'll be to call for calm and ceasefire and everybody to step back. But equally, it will be to indicate to the Iranians, don't think that just because we're coming up to an election, that we won't act. It's not a good thing that a president coming up to an election takes big military action, but I'm sure he'll be saying, don't think we're frightened to do that. And so it'll be a sort of dual message, one very specific message, I think, to Tehran, and a more general message to the region to say that we've got to take a couple of steps back from the hot-headed comments that have been made by all sides, including some in Israel as well. I'm sure that will be the approach when we see more of it, probably early on tomorrow.
Yeah, Professor Clark, the Israeli media is saying that Israel's military are saying their air force will continue to conduct powerful strikes tonight throughout the Middle East. It's unclear. I mean, we've obviously had bombardments here and the aerial campaign in Beirut. We've seen it in southern Lebanon as well as in the east of the country and areas in the north as well over the course of the last couple of weeks. But the Israeli military are saying, despite these missiles being launched tonight on Israel, we are going to continue launching, and they've said, powerful strikes tonight across the Middle East.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing here is the fact that the Israelis are now cashing in on a great deal of their intelligence work that's been going on for literally years. I mean, the pager attack of 2 weeks ago, exactly 2 weeks ago, was actually years in the preparation, or at least a year, more than a year probably in the preparation, and then it came together very, very quickly. And what Israeli intelligence knows a great deal about Hamas, a great deal about Hezbollah. It's got Hezbollah quite thoroughly penetrated at certainly many levels. And many of the IRGC, the Iranian Republican Guard Corps, are well understood and well known by Israeli intelligence. And the whole point about intelligence assets is that normally when you know something, you just leave it there until you need it. Well, they've decided in the last couple of weeks to need everything. And so they're actually paying off all of their intelligence contacts, and they are now attacking the places where they know their enemies are in this ring of fire that surrounds them. So they're going for broke, at least tactically, over the next few days.
Indeed, that's certainly what it looks like. Professor Clark, we're going to keep you there as we're going to continue our coverage of the developments here in the Middle East. So do stay with us. Good evening. It's 8 o'clock in the UK, 10 o'clock here in Beirut. I'm Yalda Hakim, and we've been monitoring the escalating situation here in the conflict in the Middle East. Tonight, Iranian missiles have rained down on Israel as sirens sounded across the country, with people told to take shelter. The Israeli military say nearly 200 missiles were launched. In the past hour, Iranian state TV claimed that 80% of the missiles launched hit their targets, but the Israelis say there were very few injuries and that civilians can now come out of their shelters. Well, a series of explosions were also heard in Tel Aviv. Iran says it launched the missiles in response to the assassination of the leader of Hezbollah and the killing of other senior Hezbollah and Hamas militants. Well, videos have been shared on social media which shows a missile landing near Tel Aviv. Let's just have a listen.
Ya Allah, mashallah, mashallah. Mashallah. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar wal izzatu lillah.
And in this video that has been shared online, people at the Al-Aqsa hospital in Gaza appeared to be cheering as they watched the missiles being fired at Israel, which really gives you a sense of the tensions that remain after a year following the October 7 attack on Israel by Hamas militants, and they killed 1,200 Israelis and took several hundred civilians into Gaza, as well as members of the IDF. But then, of course, we saw a year-long war in Gaza, which left more than 45,000 people dead. So you can see there the cheering that was taking place in Gaza. Now you're looking at the scenes in Jaffa, where we understand that there was a shooting in a mixed Arab-Jewish neighborhood in Tel Aviv. Police say that 4 people were killed, as well as 2 gunmen, although Israeli media is reporting that up to 8 people died. Now, of course, this all comes after Israeli troops launched a ground incursion into Lebanon in what the Israeli military called a limited, localized and targeted ground operation against Hezbollah. It's understood Sir Keir Starmer has spoken to both the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and the King of Jordan this evening. Well, let's just show you those ballistic missiles that were launched, raining down over the skies of Israel following Iran launching that attack. Downing Street, as we've reported, have said that they completely condemn Iran's actions. And in the last few minutes, we were hearing from the National Security Advisor of the United States, Jake Sullivan, saying that Iran has dramatically escalated the situation. Let's just have a listen in as we heard sirens, as well as those missiles raining down and then being intercepted. Nearly 200 missiles were launched into Israel by Iran, and you can see the sound of sirens. They warned residents and citizens to seek shelter, and much of the country were in their bunkers as this attack was launched by Iran into Israel. According to the IDF and the National Security Advisor of the United States, Jake Sullivan, there were no injuries, although he did say the situation is fluid and they are in a position to, there were no deaths. But we do understand that there were some small injuries as well. He did say a Palestinian was injured. Let's just have a listen to Matt Miller, who's speaking at the State Department at the moment.
The President's national security team in monitoring this attack as it was unfolding, as well as our response. As the President has made clear, our support for Israel's security is ironclad. We will continue to stand with the people of Israel at this critical moment. With that, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. So I think this probably goes without saying, but just to make sure we got on the record. So in terms of what happened in Israel, there no damage to any U.S. facilities, no injuries, no nothing.
At this time, we are not aware of any damage to U.S. facilities. As you know, we issued an order earlier today for our personnel, State Department personnel in Israel to shelter at their homes. We have full accountability for all our personnel. We're not aware of any civilian casualties inside Israel, there, let alone an American citizen casualty. There is one report of a Palestinian who died in the West Bank, but no damage to any U.S. facility either.
And then both you and the National Security Advisor just a few minutes ago talked about this being a brazen and unacceptable escalation. But does the administration see anything that Israel has done over the course of the last 3 weeks as escalatory?
So certainly they have done things to expand the conflict. But if you look at the actions that they have taken, they were bringing terrorists to justice, terrorists who have launched attacks on Israeli civilians. If you look at what Iran did today, We have been warning for some time about the threat posed by Iran arming and funding terrorist groups across the Middle East, and the attack today just demonstrated the danger of those actions. What you saw was Iran launching a state-on-state attack to protect and defend the terrorist groups that it has built, nurtured, and that it controls. So there is a difference between the actions that we have seen Israel take to defend its civilians and what we've seen is what Iran take.
I'm not trying to suggest that they are equivalent. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't see.
No, we have certainly seen we've certainly seen Israel expand the nature of its attacks against Hezbollah, but it is a very different type of attack than what we saw today from a state actor against another state.
Okay, and then last one, and this has to do with Lebanon and the northern front. The situation there is, unstable and uncertain. I know that you guys have been asking Americans who might want information about assistance and possibly leaving to sign up on a form. Can you give us an update on the numbers of those and whether or not you're planning to to do anything in the way of either U.S. government capabilities or charter flights or ferries?
Sure. So you're right. As we often do in these situations, we have directed U.S. citizens who are in Lebanon to register with the State Department for information, and especially for information